Alrighty, it is time to begin the session. Who was that? Yeah. Does so Kozik is having issues getting his audio working. So the microphone on his laptop doesn't seem to work, so he's been usually using his phone, but I guess we haven't been able to hear him. He says he can hear us, but we can't hear him. I'm not sure. Because when we first tried to get his uh the laptop mic working, it was having issues, so we just quick fixed it with him using a phone in Discord, but I guess something's happening now. Could be. I mean, the thing is, his phone is not working right now. Let's see. So he's saying there's no voice channels in his Discord on the phone app for him to join, which is no, no, he's hopped in it before. Let me see. Because I mean, he's in the channel. Permissions, a private. Let's see. I mean, you can always try the microphone on your laptop again. See if that works. Oh, he says he says he sees the concourse out of character and artsy, but not the voice channel. Do you have the voice channels, the little arrow collapsed? Because I've got myself mixed up there too, which is also kind of odd, but like where it says voice channels, there's a little like arrow pointing down, or maybe pointing to the side. That could possibly, yeah. Technical issues, yay. Use soundboard to send video, changing server, remove from block, no. All right, let's see if this wakes. No arrows pointing to voice channels. They're saying there's no arrows pointing to voice channels, so let me send him a screenshot real quick. That screenshot.
Yeah, might check out that Grease game.
That.
It's intriguing.
Want to copy this.
Yeah, I love the art style in that. I'm still trying to figure out which one
Send this
I
to
was
him.
thinking of. It's very out there. It's older than I.
Putting that in here. Here?
Yeah, maybe it's getting older or something, but I'm enjoying like more peaceful gaming experiences.
Speaking of
That looks like it's Discord
that
being
sort of
buggy.
thing, I guess the reason that I brought it up is, have any of you heard of Dredge? Just came out a couple days ago.
I have.
Yeah, Spicy and I talked about it.
It's really neat.
It's
All right.
it's got a really
Oh, sorry. The
go ahead.
technical issues of the last minute. Try logging in on your laptop, I guess. Maybe we can try and get the microphone to work on that. I mean, it'll probably make it easier later.
Yeah, Dredge is like a
Fishing game?
Lovecraftian fishing game.
Fucking
But it's a
audio
fishing
issues,
game with
man.
Lovecraftian elements. So it's
Look, I caught an eldritch horror.
like some of the you'll have like red snappers, but then you'll have these weird kind of mutated versions that are just rare There's certain missions to catch like certain things, but it's got a really neat time like system. As long as you're sitting still, and not just sitting still, but like not fishing, not doing anything, time will stand still. As soon as you start moving
Oh,
or doing any sort of action, time will progress.
That's perfect
And
AFK during.
you could be doing something, you could be fishing for a long time, and it'll just all of a sudden become night, and weird things happen at night out on the seas. So you typically want to be docked and get some rest. There is a mechanic in the game where if you stay up all night, you will start getting this almost like paranoia where the same things that happen at night will start happening in the day. So it's like
no.
you can avoid the rest mechanic, but they really want you to you know, go to sleep at night and get up and get back out in the morning. But it's just so fun just floating around on your boat, catching fish and dredging up wreckages and things like that. It's pretty cool.
Cool.
Very low key.
Yeah. So he
Anyway,
sent me a screenshot, and yeah, there's just no voice channels, period.
Maybe like try closing Discord out entirely and reopen the app at this
That's
point.
Yeah.
let's see.
Well, not well. A more violent video game, but running on the same mechanic. Have any of you guys played the VR version of Superhot?
I have it, but I have VR makes me motion sick, so I don't ever play anything.
Oh, Godspeed. It's so funny and stupid. Time being frozen when the player don't move.
When you stand still. Yeah, it's a cool mechanic.
Oh,
And you're basically playing like a interdimensional spy person trying to break out of a weird facility.
whoa. Looks trippy.
It's
It's a
the
workout and a half.
Like, it reminds me of the Lawnmower Man.
What's the game that came out a few years ago that's all about perspective?
That is
Where
very broad.
you
mhm.
can
Subliminal?
like you're subliminal, yeah. So you're like moving through like a puzzle platforming kind of area. And like, so if you look at something in a certain way, you'll line two shapes up, and then once you line them up, you can grab the two shapes together, and they become a three-dimensional object. So then, if you move closer to it, it gets smaller, and if you move farther away, it gets larger.
Alright.
So like, I need to climb over this platform. I'm going to look at this object and then get really far away from it to make it smaller versus getting close to this other one to change the sizes of them to make stairs.
Oh, that's trippy.
It's super neat.
Because this channel
Sounds
isn't
like
locked.
mescaline.
Diego just got me to download Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. And I haven't got to play it yet.
Yeah, here's hoping a reset will get his voice working. Yeah, we really just need to sit down and figure out what's up with his laptop. Because it was some weird conflict happening between the browser and his microphone. And our workaround was just him using his cell phone to just kind of bypass that. But now it's so when the cell phone has issues, now we don't have anything to fall back on.
Is he using so this might on his phone he's got to be probably using the app. On his PC, is he using the website? Or is he still using the app?
I'm not sure.
Because if it was a conflict with him using a browser and his mic, he could try and just get the app on his PC. Like I have an actual program for Discord, so it's not a browser issue. Or there wouldn't be.
Technical difficulties, yeah. Well, we'll see. Think he's restarting his phone, maybe.
Still trying to find this game.
Once again, the audio issues reign supreme.
I like listening to lo-fi remixes of the Chrono Trigger soundtrack.
Oh yeah. Yeah, on Game Chops.
Oh, just all over Spotify.
Gotcha. There's I think one or two playlists that they have on Game Chops. Game Chops does a lot of lo-fi video game music.
Oh, cool.
Basically what I use for for my channel because I don't get hit with DMCA.
I've been listening to 8 and 16-bit remixes of like punk songs.
Did he?
Oh, nice.
Like I found every song by the Gorillaz ever made redone in 8-bit.
Wow, cool.
Let me see, because it doesn't show him online now. He's not even. What? What the hell's Discord doing? Okay, let me try and figure out what's going on here. Let me send him another invite.
Yeah, this game I'm looking for, the art style of some of these
People.
games you guys were talking about really reminded me of it.
Invite.
I played it on PlayStation, but I don't remember which console. Or there was 3 or 4. It came out a while ago. And it was, I mean, I remember when it was being advertised, no one really knew
Could he have
what
accidentally
to
left?
describe it as. You're playing a character and it's almost like you don't really know what you're doing. You just kind of are progressing through these worlds. And as you're progressing through, everything around you is just like changing. And there's just kind of an ominous narrator. I don't know if it had something to do with
Well, there's the Stanley Parable that kind of does that.
it
But that
was
game
I
came
mean,
out in like 2013.
it was probably around that time, but it was
Fuckers.
hey.
Oh,
Oh,
I hear.
you hear me, you fuckers? Okay, good. I think Cubed, he had to like re-invite me or something because once
Jose,
that happened,
are you speaking?
it-
I can't hear him.
do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yeah, he's.
Yes. Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
Oh, how come I don't? Okay, I'm gonna reload.
I'm speaking as clearly as I can.
Yeah, I hear
You're
you.
coming through.
Okay, cool.
You were much louder this time than last week.
Yeah, you sound louder and clearer.
Oh, okay, cool. That
So I mean,
sounds
it's
good.
just yeah, it's a good thing.
So is this still on mobile or is this the laptop?
This is mobile. Laptop, something, it's like, yeah, everything's cool with your mic, and it's like we're not detecting any microphone, like, but it says your mic is ready to go, but then I'm talking and all that and it doesn't work, so.
I mean, it kind of makes
Why
me
is it-
wonder if your mic may actually just be shoddy.
Or is it a playback setting? Like in your sound setting? Is it a playback and recording setting that you have set up?
I've never changed anything like that before. So I doubt it. I don't know. It just, for some reason, it just doesn't work, but.
'Cause sometimes Discord will be like, oh yeah, you're using this microphone. And it'll send it to like my monitor. And I'm like, that's not a microphone. Stop that.
Yeah.
Right.
I've gotten the option to use my cell phone as a microphone before on Discord, and I'm like, that is not what we're doing today, actually.
that's not happening.
Okay, other than that, I mean, sorry it took so long. That was really weird, but
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
ready.
try and figure that
Oh, you're good.
how to get it to work next time later. just because I would rather there be more than one option for you in case, cell phone doesn't work. Also, when programs aren't working,
Be right back 1 sec. Grab food.
One time's up. I'll redeem a 10-minute no AFK. All right.
Okay.
So, I guess we'll have to wait for Goose now, because he had to go AFK. The last minute, we're just about to start. Jeez. Actually, you know what? Who would like to do a recap?
I remember what happened, but I don't know, I guess, all of the details.
Well, they who recap reap the rewards of inspiration.
You guys came through a portal in a tree, and then met a cat that meowed real slowly and kind of loudly. And then you went through, and he kind of, Kozik heard a voice in his head, kind of pointing him in a direction, which led them to the big pink tree in the photo, which is where me and Alan were at. And then in time and conversation, we came down, decided to kind of show you around, but also you guys were showing me around because I was kind of clueless on things. We went down a path. There was a sign that was laying on the ground. When we got to it, it stood up, said, "Go this way." The trees opened up. The sign on the back of it said, "Please put me back." So it fell back down. And then we continued down that. And then anybody who wasn't wearing shoes got grabbed. And I pulled Shaw out of the mud. And then we cut Niavara out of the mud. And then we continued in squishy boots until we met a giant tumbleweed of gross. And then the tumbleweed of gross turned into a mushroom man that I do not want to bring up the photo of because it makes my trypophobia get real icky. He's gross looking. And then we kind of befriended him, and then he sent us on our way again to. We saw a ship crash that was flying overhead crash into a mountain, and we're kind of going in that direction of that mountain, I believe. And then we also had a pretty good long-ish conversation of the back and forth of Niavara's cult. And that's what I remember. And specifically getting told it's not a cult.
All right. Was there anything else anybody wanted to add to that? Anything else you might remember or not remember?
Of course, meeting Raoul and his furry friend, who is along with the journey.
He's all
It's a
quiet.
special experience. Kozik is connected to this, or I mean, made this magical tree that they're living in light up. Those are some things I remember.
Now you're a little bit quiet there, Cha.
Oh, can you hear me?
I mean, I can hear you. It's just you're quieter than you were before.
Oh, weird.
Guess I'll
Is that better?
bump him up.
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
I'll bump him up a little bit. Make sure we got the audio thing. All right.
Oh, there was a stone bubble. I flew up in the air and you guys got absorbed into the ground because Kozik started speaking to the dirt and it aided us. And then I landed on top of it and it absorbed me into the bubble with you. And then we started traveling to get safely through the swamp.
Alrighty. You get an inspiration. So inspiration in your character sheet
Check the little
Under,
box.
yep, there's a little box that says inspiration.
Got it.
Boop. Computer, why are you being angry at me? So, I guess we get to drop you off on the scene we ended on before. You're all encased in this stone bubble, essentially. You are, well, it doesn't seem like it's moving. But you're certainly free to talk amongst yourselves, or, I mean, is there anything anybody wants to do? You're just kind of standing there, encased and surrounded. And I think Neovar usually has the lantern out, so that shouldn't be an issue. With light, you could see clearly. You're just in a big. It's almost like you're in a rock, just a hollowed rock.
I
So
am
we
very
can't-
uncomfortable.
So we can't see where we're going.
Nope, you're just in a big rock.
We feel safe though, I think.
Pilgrims used to ride these puppies for miles.
Very funny.
All right, I'm back.
What's that from?
SpongeBob.
I knew I recognized it.
So as you're all standing there,
Can we tell that we're moving?
you don't know?
We just kind of feel like we're standing encased inside of a rock.
Correct.
So Raoul landed on it and it was moving and then it sort of sucked him in. Was it moving when he landed on it?
Oh no, it
He
was
trailing
still.
it. Oh,
It
okay.
it was as if a hole just formed in the top of it where he landed on and fell in, and then it sealed itself.
Now, is it like a portable hole kind of hole, or was it an actual like opening in the stone that grew around me as I?
It was an actual opening. Almost like if you're sitting on a table and somebody rips the tablecloth from under you, just zoop.
Okay.
Nifty. Hey, Alan, do you know what this thing is?
It's a rock.
Okay. Very cozy.
Well, it's better than getting eaten.
Fair enough. What's our game plan?
Yes, what is your game plan?
To not get eaten.
Are we stuck here?
I think maybe with our collective might, might be able to make this rock roll forward or backwards.
Need to look at languages.
Oh,
So
leverage?
we watched Raoul kind of just almost materialize through the top there. Raoul, are you able to get back out?
I can try. No, I'm gonna try and fly into the ceiling.
As you fly up, the hole just emerges as if, sliding doors, just letting you out.
Yeah. Get out.
Oh, there he goes. Okay, well, that makes me feel a bit better.
Can I tell if it's moving?
It has not moved 1 inch.
What's going on out there? Raoul.
It's not moving anything. Not doing anything.
Is there any danger?
Are we able to
Um,
communicate through it? Like we can hear each other?
Oh yeah,
From
you
one
can
side
hear
and
just
the other?
fine.
Okay.
Well, if we can't see, then maybe Raoul can guide us.
Okay.
People.
Everyone want to lean to a side and see if we can get it rolling?
Honestly, what if we all just started moving? Maybe it's just gonna move with us. I don't. Oh no. Which direction there,
Any
Raoul?
idea? Yeah, where are we headed?
I have no idea.
You just kind of feel the ground around you rumble a little bit.
Whoa.
I'm gonna point and go that way.
Kozik, your matron's calling you, no? Which direction she calling you?
That way, you don't really
I
have much of a sense of
feel-
direction in here.
I guess I kind of think about where we were when this thing formed around us, and I don't know. Like, I guess I just try to take a walk forward or something and see what happens.
You take a step forward, and you bonk your nose on the stone.
Ugh.
Have you tried asking it where to go?
Was
Uh,
thinking that? Go for it, Kozik.
All right, Rock. Uh, take us forward. Move.
What language are you saying this in?
I guess I try common at first.
The rock does not seem to move.
I try the Sylvan language, which is of my study.
So you say it in Sylvan. I had to double check something.
Well, while this is going on, I think Zed's gonna walk kind of up behind Kozik and put his hand out toward the wall of this rock. After seeing that Raoul could just pass back through, I think he's gonna see if he could reach his hand through, or if he just feels stone.
I mean, are you trying to exit?
I think, yeah, I'd be trying to like push my, like, as if it was an illusion, trying to push my hand through.
There's a hole in the stone that forms as you don't even touch the stone, as you are making it
Interesting.
very clear in your intent that you are planning to leave.
Okay. Oh, well, that's odd. Oh,
And as
right.
you do that, since Kozik spoke in Sylvan, you can feel the ground rumble and the boulder slowly beginning to roll forward.
It's moving.
Hey, good
Um,
work, Kozik. Where are we going? Their direction?
Uh, hmm. We didn't know the name of the this magical queen of this realm, do we? I don't remember.
Nope.
Nope.
There were no
Uh,
names given.
Oh, but right, we learned that there were a number of powerful beings here, right?
Correct. Varying degrees of courts and territories that are owned, but many, many names, none of which, at least the individuals you spoke to, have knowledge of.
So I kind of think about the voice in my head or whatever, and the figures that we've seen, and I'm like, I kind of maybe say out loud in Sylvan, like, take me to the mistress of this realm.
So the boulder begins to roll forward and then stops, and then to the left, and then stops, and then to the right, and stops. Without really having to roll an insight, you get the feeling that it has no idea who this person is you're talking about.
Did we go to that ship that crashed?
That's the place
Are
to
we-
start. If it'll go there, I'm down to go. If it'll go anywhere, I'm down to go there.
I wonder if this thing can fly like the ships in the sky, and then maybe we could get out of the rock onto a ship and then pilot a ship somewhere.
Like your imagination. Kozik, ask the rock to fly.
I intone in the Sylvan tongue. I ask it if it can fly.
And in Sylvan, a response. A voice deep and gravelly, but slow and steady as the mountains themselves. No.
Oh well, it seems to
Did we
respond.
all
Well.
hear that? Did we all hear it, or just Cozy?
I mean, you all heard something. The tricky part is the languages people know.
So it was in Sylvan.
Yep.
I say, hey guys, it said no. I asked it if it could fly, and it said no.
Can you ask it to take us where a great disturbance happened, where something crashed into the mountains? Not
Why
far
don't-
from here.
I guess so. I ask it if it can. I ask. Well, I don't know if it. Yeah, I ask it that if what he said.
Are you asking if it could take you to a mountain?
Yeah,
Take us to where something smashed into the mountain.
yeah. I don't know how smart this thing is. That like, it's like where does it? Like I
Don't
was
say
gonna
that
say,
in Sylvan.
does it know where to go?
Raul,
have-
you're up there. Where? Point in the direction
So,
where
Raul,
the thing fell.
you can something you observe as you're. I mean, did Zed actually leave, or did you just?
You just
Oh
tested
no,
it.
no, no! I just reached my hand out just to see, peace of mind, to check and see if we were trapped.
Okay. So Raul, you can see that at this point the boulder's, I'd say about a good third of the way submerged in the dirt, as if it was starting to go underground.
Oh. Maybe you can point in the direction that the ship fell and head that way.
Can I see where the ship hit?
At this point, you have a actually, no, because the one who actually saw it was Zed. Because you guys are so far away, he kind of saw it hit the mountain, but you know,
Yeah.
at this point, it's a part of the mountain as far as you can tell from how far away you are.
But I know the general direction of the mountain.
Yeah, everybody. Well, you can see it. I was gonna say everybody can see it, but nah, they can't.
Then I'm gonna point in the way of the mountain until it goes that direction.
Yeah, I asked the stone to take us in that direction.
Okie dokie.
Kozik, ask it if it can keep up with me.
How fast can you go, Rock? Can you keep up with this flying birdman?
It kind of the boulder rolls left and right.
Language sounds cool, Cozy.
Very much a shrug. But when you did say that, it started submerging a little bit more, of which Raul can see that. At this point, the boulder is about halfway underground.
All right, let's go. And I'm gonna fly at full speed towards the mountain.
Okay, will you follow that birdman, Rock?
Underground.
Raul, you might
travel
want to get in
underground.
here.
I think I'm gonna have to get in there, aren't I? All right, I'll come back. We'll get in.
Okay.
All right. So you essentially tell it, go to mountain.
Sure.
Okie dokie. So Raul, you go to land again, and once more an opening, and it seals itself shut above your head. And not too long after, the ground shakes beneath your feet. There's a slight rumble. And maybe it shakes you guys a little bit. It's not enough. It's not like something slamming into the side of a ship knocking you over, but there's, the ground shakes, a little bit of an earthquake kind of feeling. And at that point, you can definitely feel like you're moving, but you're not sure how fast. It's quite an experience. Like, you're moving, you can feel it, like you can feel like some aspect of, G-force, pushing against you, but you're not being shoved against a wall, you're not being forced, you're not like a hamster in a hamster ball, right? You're not just like getting rolled around and jostled around, you're
That's
just
what I was
standing there.
picturing this whole time, by the way.
I mean, if you'd like to, you certainly can.
All of us being in a dryer. Anyway.
And
So it's a hamster ball rolling through the wilderness.
And as this feeling, kind of, you get used to it very quickly. It's nothing too crazy or out of, well, I guess it would be out of place for some of you, but it's not too crazy. And it takes, I don't know, maybe 5-10 minutes before the rumbling comes to a stop.
That was either very, very fast or we didn't go very far at all.
Cha wills the ceiling to open again.
Thank you
Holds
for that
his hand
subby,
out.
buddy.
Just like. And if
sorry.
it opens up, he's gonna go out there.
All right, so you reach your hands out, and the stone opens without you having to struggle.
Oh. Wow, cool. Pops his head up and looks around. What's out there?
Out here, I kind of wish my map actually uploaded, but for whatever reason, the program doesn't work, so I'm going to look for other options. Anyway, so you step out, and you are essentially in front of what seems like a pretty sizable little lake. Well, not lake, river, like rapids.
You guys,
And
there's rapids out here.
Yeah, it's about like, but it's pretty wide. It's like 30 feet wide. You're not necessarily sure of the depths, but it's definitely white water.
And does it seem like we're closer to the mountains we were aiming for?
Miles.
Hey, you guys, we traveled really far.
And when you
we
look back,
underground?
oh no, you're above ground. But when you
Okay.
look back, you can see the twisted and warped swamp trees. Not too far in the distance, but edge of swamp kind of thing.
Dude, that was awesome. Hey, Kozak, tell this rock that it rocks.
I tell it in Sylvan, Rock, you've done an admirable job. And we
Ask it
appreciate
if it has a name. And tell us about its family.
Maybe.
I asked if we could bring it with us, maybe, since we seem to do that with literally everything.
Well, I kind of left my kobold family behind. But maybe we'll see them again someday.
With the help of this bad boy, and Zed's just going to kind of slap the side of the stone.
Yeah, you're a good rock. You want to be our pet rock?
No.
I don't know if you guys heard that sound, but it said it means no.
I could kind of feel it through the body language. There was, certain vibe. Got it.
The body language of a rock.
Yeah.
Stationary and immobile. I guess not immobile, but or stationary.
Shakes a little
Technically,
bit.
shouldn't have
Certain
understood
shake.
that.
Certain shake.
It understood those two words. Go
It's
with
a
that.
rock. Shakes, it rattles, it rolls. Right, let's do this thing.
Oh, what
The
the heck?
mountain is close.
I just hit.
There's rapids out here, though. Can you ask if the rock can go under the rapids?
Yeah, I asked if it can traverse this water.
Don't wanna.
Oh,
Guys, it says it doesn't really want to do that.
hey,
And I don't
Cosmic,
know.
ask if there's anything we can give it to as a thanks. It was very nice. It carried us miles and miles.
Rock, is there anything that you desire necessarily? Is there any way we can convince you to continue to move?
No.
Said no.
I want to give it a name. Ask it if it likes the name Igneous.
I'd ask it that, and maybe it'll respond.
love this.
No.
It said no.
The middlemaning that fucking Kozik is having to do right now.
All right.
Is Kosik looking angrier and angrier, or is he totally into this?
I don't know how this rock works. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I'm game for it, but I guess we should get out of the rock and see what's going on, right?
Yeah, I guess we're not gonna have a pet rock named Igneous. It's okay. I'll get over it. Hey, let's go find something else I can name.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Right, so
So, I
are we
guess
all
I want to get
are
out
we
of
all
the rock
stepping
and
out?
look around. Yeah.
Yep.
I wonder how
Yeah.
Higgledy and Piggledy are doing.
Gonna do the same.
Didn't even import the thing. All right, so you get out the rock, and like I said, you see the swamps, and they're twisted and almost unnatural shape and weave to them. At your back, in front of you, rapids, little river rapids. Would it be a stream or river? I think it's a river, right? My brain is now mixing it up.
How
The
wide is
stream
it?
is very small.
Streams are smaller than rivers, yeah.
How wide is it?
30 feet,
Sure, for
roughly.
sure.
30 feet.
How deep is it?
That's
Yeah.
very difficult to tell.
You said there's rapids though, like the currents moving pretty quick.
Yeah, like white waters. There's rocks. There's like jagged
Okay,
rocks
so
that
it
kind of
could be-
stick up and obscure, exact depth.
It
And
isn't
the
just
rocks.
current. We're getting some rapids here.
Yes.
And
Just
the
rapids,
rock
huh?
will not take us across it.
Seem like
Apparently.
it.
Um,
How do we get across? Do we need to get across? Can we?
I can take you across one at a time.
Shit,
Oh,
I do
wow.
forget that one of us can fly.
I want to get wings someday. It's a good idea.
Is there like trees or anything on the other side?
Oh yeah, it's basically pretty heavy forest. Just on the other side, like I said, you're on the side where the swamp is, so there's trees that have been growing on this side, but it's much thicker on the other side. As if to see a transition between two biomes.
Does anybody have an axe?
Have a what?
An axe?
I have a crowbar.
Not specifically.
I have a small axe. As I am a dwarf.
Cut down one of those trees and make a bridge, or I can pick you up one at a time, fly across.
Yeah, let's do that because the trees might be alive and they might not be happy if we cut them down. I mean, everything seems so alive around here, talking to us and stuff.
The last thing we tried to cut shrieked at us.
Right?
So,
We can try it again.
Terrifying.
right.
You've got the strength to carry us across. That'd be great. I'll give you some of my rations.
We toss the dwarf right across.
Toss the dwarf or carry.
I like that
Very
idea.
specific wording.
I don't know how Kozik feels about being tossed, but
I feel like there's not a very advantageous dice roll for tossing a sack of concrete like Kozik Deep Shaft, but
Yeah.
I have a
30
13
feet.
strength. I think I can carry people that far.
a whole 13.
Mm-hmm. I'm a strong bird.
Oh shoot, why is it? Hold on, stream
He's
view. Gotta
already-
fix it.
He's already picked up Cha.
I have a not very high strength, very low charisma.
There we go.
We could have one person get flown over carrying a rope, and then
It's darker
people
for
could kind
them.
of climb across.
Oh, we make a zip line. I like it.
Yeah.
Daylight,
do you
so we can
think?
see clearly.
Wait a second. You got a rope,
Yeah.
right? I see it for a second.
Yeah. Chaw digs through his
What's
back
that?
for his hempen rope. Right here. 50
Can
feet.
I just tie it to a tree and then tie it to an arrow and shoot it into the other side?
I mean, you could. I'm keeping you from doing it.
I'm gonna do that. All right, you got an idea? What's this? And then just
Give me an attack
Well, when-
roll.
I gotta remember how to do that. Oh yeah,
So-
click the picture.
Yep.
Oh wait, I got it. Here it is.
Ooh,
I did it.
you did it.
Nice.
All right. So you having the height advantage, you see exactly what you need to aim for. You see, I don't know, are you aiming to like lodge the arrow into a tree? You trying to like wrap it around the branch? Like
I'm gonna
describe-
hit-
describe to me how you critically succeed on this. Instead of, I figured instead of me telling you what happens, you tell me. What do you do to critically succeed on getting this arrow across?
I'm gonna tie it to a tree and then I'm gonna fly up and then shoot it down on a thick branch to where it hits at the top of it, and then right when it reaches the end of the rope, it's gonna cause it to swing down and wrap wildly around the branches.
All right, and the rest of you see this clear as day.
Impressive.
I
Like
definitely golf clap.
that helps.
Just a
Makes it
little
much
noble
brighter.
clap.
Right? And then give it a tug, hang on it. Bird person stand on the rope like it's a power line.
And since you're up there, give me a perception check while other people. So what's everybody else want to do?
Didn't see it.
Just preparing to cross. Hold on and cross.
All right.
Yeah,
So
Is this like a hand over hand situation?
That's what I'm thinking. Charles is
And-
going to wrap his tail about it a little bit for extra support, and then just start crawling across.
give me a. Actually, yeah, it could be fun. So give me an athletics check with advantage because he rolled so well on that.
Okay.
Could I have tied it higher up on the end we're on and lower on the other end so they can like slide down it?
I don't know. It's up to you.
That's kind of how I was thinking.
Yeah, zip line. That was the
A
idea.
zip line in it kind of thing.
So you're wanting them to climb up a tree that you've tied it to and zip line down?
Not super high, but like high enough they can jump up and grab it, and it gives them a little bit of a push so they're not working against themselves.
Let's see.
Cha would wrap the hook end of his crowbar around that rope and just try to zip line across and hold on tight.
So for it to be kind of a zip line that's 30 feet across, it would have to be pretty high up. So there would definitely be some climbing involved in, an angle like that.
What if, just to throw this out there for the, because it was a nat 20, the tree that he decides to pick has some sort of just natural, either rock formation or something next to it that is actually fairly easy for us to all get up?
Oh, I have other ideas. So who wants to climb the tree first? Don't you
Cha.
worry. All right, so Cha.
I will go last so I can untie the rope and bring it back with us so Cha doesn't lose his rope.
So Cha climbs up this tree, and with the 17, you're fine. It's pretty easy. You managed to get across with no issue.
Okay, nice.
Drops down, does a deft kind of cartwheel, and then is like, ta-da! And then looks around, make sure there's nothing sneaking up on him. And all the others cross.
All right, give me a perception. While whoever's next, who's next?
I mean, Kozik will go next. Say
All right.
athletics
Yep.
with an advantage. Okay.
Yep.
13.
Woo! More than 10.
Yeah.
So you climb up the tree, and you start sliding down. But somewhere along the way, you lose your grip.
Go.
And before you know it, the dwarf toss plan probably would have been a good idea comparatively.
Uh-oh.
As you stumble into the rapids.
Oh, I'm kind of sliding down, and then just as I'm meeting kind of the edge of the river on our side, I go, and catch my feet on it, or something like that, or I lose my grip and I tumble down into the rapids.
Oh, Cha's down on his knees, holding his hands out helplessly, watching his friend go into the rapids.
Flutter, flutter, splash, splash.
Zed's got some rope too. He's gonna pull his rope out as quickly as he can. He's gonna give one end to Raul and say, "Oh, fasten this somewhere and follow me." And he's gonna grab the other end, and as he's kind of running to the edge of the stream or river with the rapids, basically tie it around his waist and just jump in after Kozik.
I was super hoping you were going to lasso him.
No
All
cowboy.
Right. So you jump in and try and save your compatriot who's, just hit the water. He's maybe barely, with the 11, it was enough for him to at least catch like onto a rock, just to stop himself from being pulled downstream.
I'm going to wrap the rope around myself and then to a tree so I can use the leverage to pull it better.
All right, so Zed, give me an athletics check, as you're trying to save your compatriot.
Second time that instead jumped in the water to save someone. The first time it didn't go so
Mhm.
well. You said athletics?
Yes, sir.
All right.
See, you're perfectly fine. You fight against the rapids. Hey, how's it going, Reb? Howdy, howdy. Just a little D&D. Whoop, whoop.
Remembered how to swim.
Yep. So you jump in, you manage to grab on the Kozik. And I mean, if you want, you can swim to the other side or you can swim back. I mean, with the 17, you can kind of do whatever you want.
Let's go to the other side then. That was the original goal.
All right. So you sort of lifeguard carry Kozik across the rapids.
Char reaches out with
And-
she holds out his staff so you can grab onto it.
Yeah, we're gonna
To help
definitely gonna grab onto that.
muscle you out of there.
I appreciate that.
Goodness gracious!
Gosh, Kozik. That was a close one.
I'm sputter,
Good
sputter,
job.
sputter, and I'm on my hands and knees, coughing. Oh, thank you, Mr. Thatcher and Cha. That was. You guys are great in the clutch.
Next time we'll toss you.
Trust
Ha
me.
ha ha.
None of your noble friends are gonna hear about this. All right.
Right.
Oh well, I wouldn't think that's very important. I grumble, and
Yeah.
I kind of straighten
Reputations
myself.
can be befitting, of course.
Sniff, sniff. Yes, indeed.
All right. So that leaves the 2 drow on the other side.
Correct. Niavara is proven not a great swimmer and is also not necessarily great at athletics with a -1 to strength.
Oh right.
I mean, so is Cha. He did pretty good.
That he did. Niavara is going to grimace and attempt the athletics check to jump to climb up the same way that Cha did.
You got this, Niavara!
Do I though? I think not.
And mind you, you have advantage on it. Okay, yeah, 14. You're just fine. You climb across, you climb up the tree, manage to slide down the other side. No problem whatsoever.
And she's like, "All right, Veldrin, if I did it and you fail too, this would be truly, truly sad state for Drow kind."
Everything
Eldrin, we can
relies
close that book already. We've got serious stuff we got to do here.
everything relies on in the entirety of what people think of Drow relies on children.
This
Children
one
being
roll.
able to zip line.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, technically 2 rolls because it's advantage.
My foundry has been giving me problems all night. It is just a gray screen.
Screen.
Really?
Maybe try and reload it.
Oh, I have.
Oh, that's weird. You have a
Great
different
screen.
browser to try? I was having issues with it earlier. I messaged Cubed. It seemed like the server wasn't up or something.
We're being
But-
attacked.
It wasn't the same you're describing. Yeah, right.
Who's attacking
Fucking
us?
attack.
Cyber attack.
You have IRL dice. You could just roll a couple of those right now and see what it is.
Andrew's all
You
great.
have a specifically +1 to strength.
Andrew's grayed
Could
out.
somebody
That's
else
weird.
roll for me?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I can do it.
Cubed. Yeah, I was gonna say Cubed can actually roll with your character, I think.
Yeah, good
Uh,
call.
So let's
should
roll you
do.
in athletics. See.
But you not being able to see it sucks. So you can't see the
Yeah,
background like picture and anything?
nothing. It's like I was able to log in and see the login screen, and then from that, it's just a gray screen.
Hmm.
Weird.
What's up with that?
Like our technical difficulties just keep one-upping each other.
Right.
Yeah, for the first time ever, my audio turned off and then gave me a message that you couldn't hear me, so I reloaded it.
So
Never happened before.
you
We're
can't.
under attack.
So you can't even see like the dice rolls or like the dice roller or anything.
Nothing. Like
Okay,
I can send a screenshot.
let me try something then. Does that change it? Just doing a scene switch. I doubt that'll help, but somebody said you could do that. It might.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the hex map myself.
I see the hex map.
Yep.
Oh, I see this ethereal thing now.
Oh, ethereal
There's a
thing.
weird message that said this geometry is full, and then all I see is black.
What?
Yeah,
Was that when it went to the hex map?
that's it. We need to go on cyber defense now. Stat.
Lock
That's
up.
it. This is
Right,
it.
good.
This is not a
Good.
drill. This is the real thing. We've been preparing for this our entire lives. Are you ready for this, team?
No.
It looks like I
That's
can
gonna
see
pull
the
out the
normal
rapier.
screen.
No.
All right, so who sees what is what I need to know.
Okay, I can
I can
roll
see the
now.
tree.
I see the Feywilds.
Yeah, I see the tree.
Robin's up in it now.
Oh no. Eldrin!
No, hold on. No, I think no, it's still broken. It's got to be still broken. So that
Yeah,
that probably
right.
shouldn't count.
That was the cyber attack they rolled for.
That was exactly. You didn't do that.
All right, Mr. Thatcher's going
I've
back in the
reloaded
drink.
and I see the tree and the picture of everything.
Good thing about this rope still attached to me.
All right. So Veldrin climbs the tree, no problem whatsoever. But it's the sliding across that becomes the complex part. You're not used to zip lines, right? You're used to the underground. You're in the Underdark. You don't have zip lines in the Underdark. This is crazy. Especially sliding down at weird angles like this. You'd never have to do that. You just climb up or down. Yeah. And to that extent, you start to slide down, and you lose your grip, like probably a third of the way down, and go sploosh sploosh. But with the tin,
Raul!
it is enough to catch yourself from being pulled with the rapids, but you are in the water. You're just kind of being bombarded by just water just slamming into you, like into your face, getting in your nose.
Raul, grab her! Grab him!
Sorry, go ahead, guys.
I was gonna say I got a question. Based on angle, the zip line's kind of straight across, right? When I jumped in to get Kozik, the rapids probably took us down river a little bit, but we made it across.
Just a
Does that make
smidge,
sense?
yeah.
So I'm still tied to this rope. Is that rope anywhere close to Veldrin for him to be able to grab?
I
Or-
am at the where it's mounted, and I tied it to myself and then to the same tree. So the origin point of the rope, and I would assume, is the same origin of the zip line.
Right. So we've got almost basically, did Veldrin float past that rope or get to a rock similar to Kozik where just wondering if Zed has to jump back in again or if we could be like if he could be an anchor point.
Well, with the tin, Veldrin would have gotten a little bit further down.
Okay.
Not by much, because, where you saved Kozik was, on an 11. A 10 is lower, so Veldrin probably got a
Fair
little
enough.
bit further.
Yep. Just wanted to ask. Hell yeah. All right. So I think Zed's just gonna rope still tied to him. He's gonna look over at Raoul and yell, I am going back in. He's gonna jump in and try and get Veldrin.
Lifeguard on duty.
Yeah.
Give me an athletics.
All right.
And you know what? I'll say even with advantage because you have the rope tied to you. You know you've done this a couple times.
Okay.
Oh, did you even need advantage?
Doesn't look
It was a
like
modded 20 and a nat 20. So
So I'm walking on water to get to Veldrin.
Need a whistle that goes, no running.
So you do notice that there are like rocks that you can probably jump from to get to Veldrin pretty easily, but it's a nat 20. So how would you like to heroically save your compatriot? Describe it to us.
All right, so Zed's gonna make sure that his end of the rope is still secure, and to your point, as he notices that there's almost just the very top of these rocks with water maybe cresting over them, but he can almost see this perfect pathway just leading out. So does a bit of some hopscotch action, and I believe gets out to Veldrin. But again, kind of with everything that he was saying in mind with Kozik, as far as, I don't want you to feel embarrassed or anything like that. He does the best that he can to uh, make Veldrin look good, as they both make it back to shore, and he's very much trying to brush all this under the rug as if it wasn't no big deal. And so as soon as he gets to Veldrin, he's gonna kind of point the path out, instead not try and pick Veldrin up or anything like that, and just make sure that Veldrin can get back, and but as little help. Do you know what I mean? Like, trying to be very modest.
A gentle push in the right direction.
Yes. We have to keep our no one saw this sort of thing. But anyway,
Just kind of comes up to Zen. And is like smooth, very smooth.
Zed'll kind of wink and be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do I. And he winks back.
All right, so everybody is on the other side except for the person who can fly over at this point.
I'll untie the ropes and come back and then retrieve my arrow.
Hey, good job, team. We got through that without any deaths.
It's literally crossing a river. How will
Yeah.
we die?
No, it's the little victories.
Yeah, I've got some stories, but I'm not going to bring those up.
We're
Right.
Yell down to Zed and Shaw and drop the ropes.
Nice.
I
So
guess
what was
as
his
we're all
perception?
kind of
12.
convening on this other side of the river, Zed's going to be wrapping his line of rope back up and packing it back into his bag, and kind of like Shaw was doing when he got to the other side, just looking around and assessing where we are now.
Shaw the same. And I think he got a 13. Shaw got a 13 on perception for whatever is going on this side of the river.
Yep, a whole lot of nada. I mean, it's still kind of dark out. As described by the scene, the night is, well, the twilight is very prominent. The just general malaise of the area you're in, it's kind of getting colder. You kind of get the feeling that, either night, it kind of feels like nighttime is falling, even though it's already kind of, twilight. Yeah.
Hey, Raul, what's good to eat around here?
Not Alan.
Nope, not Alan.
No, not Alan. Not unless you're dead.
Nope, not Alan.
Forget he said that.
Yeah.
Well, there's a river right here. We can probably fish something out of it.
Is that what you like to eat around here? Fish?
Well, it's easy enough, I guess.
Okay. How about you,
Uh,
Alan?
Less likely to yell at you when you try and catch it.
You know, we didn't need to look out for that. Lots of sentient creatures in these worlds.
You think we should set up a camp or something?
Sure.
I probably.
Likely not a bad idea.
So is the rock still just chilling across the way? Did it disappear or anything?
Yep, it's just staring at you. As at this point you realize that it has taken on humanoid, bipedal form. There's clearly maybe a couple of rocks that form shoulders, and a couple of rocks that form arms, a couple of rocks that form legs. Just vague, nondescript humanoid shape. And
Chaw's mouth drops open.
It turns and just starts. It looks like it starts taking steps in the direction back into the swamp. But as it takes steps, it sinks into the ground and just eventually disappears from sight entirely.
Bye-bye, Igneous. Thanks.
Nevar will whistle. Wasn't expecting that, not gonna lie.
Cool. We were like in that guy's guts. Sorta.
That's one way to look at it.
Hey, can I borrow anybody's knife or sword or something? I'll strap it to the end of my staff and do some spear fishing. Get us a nice dinner of some sentient fish.
Instead of that, Shaw, yeah, I have a spear.
Oh, well, that will work too. Sure.
Just as this is going on, Zed's just out of amusement is just still gonna pull a dagger out and flip it around and just hand it over to Chaw, and just kind of nod, like just
Well,
have fun, friend.
Thanks a lot, Zed. Yeah, we'll use both. We'll catch twice the amount of sentient fish.
Right,
I'll hand
plenty
him
of fish.
a spear along with his knife spear.
I have it in mind.
Chop ties off, uses some rope to tie off the knife around his staff. Is it really tight? Goes over to the river and lays down by the edge with holding his staff spear out, and waits for some movement of like fish. And he's gonna try to do some spear fishing.
All right, give me a survival. As you are spearfishing in rapids, so it gets a little tricky.
Yeah, try to get to a part where it's not terribly, obfuscated. Okay. Survival, here we go. Yes! Nat 20!
Oh,
22.
Double fist and spears.
literally got all of the fish.
Fujak!
I
Grabs
picture,
as many
I picture
fish
it
as he
being
can,
instead of one by
snap,
one.
throws them out onto the grass or whatever. Again and again.
So you stab into the water and you manage to catch. Roll me. Let's see. Roll me a
Like
D4.
multiple fish on one spear.
Right.
1.
So you managed to spear 2 fish simultaneously with relative ease.
So he pulls them out and holds them up close to his face and looks at them in the eye and says,
You mean all
"Can you
3
speak
eyes?
into 'em?" Or 3 eyes. It's like, Can you speak into my mind, fish? He looks at it really seriously.
So you do that, and all you can hear is
Okay, good. So you're sentient enough. I mean, you're not sentient enough to eat. All right. Just checking. Good to go, everybody. Shaw starts cleaning the fish with Zed's knife, unstraps it, cleans the fish, got some, finds some sticks to put them on. If anybody started a fire, he'll start roasting them.
Fine. All right,
All
so
right.
that's gonna take Chaw a little bit. What's other people want to do? I mean, Veldrin, you're sobbing wet from falling in the river. Let's see. Kozik, you're also just kind of just drenched. Actually, also
Veldrin,
Zed.
Veldrin is taking his books and like spreading out the pages so that they can dry.
Oh no.
So when you open the book, you realize that all the things you'd read in it, the lettering has smeared, blurred.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Veldrin so defeated.
Oh.
Yikes.
Once again, lost knowledge.
Shaw starts after he's done cleaning the fish, he's gonna cast a thaumaturgy now and again to just blow some breeze around Veldrin's stuff.
All right, so you do that, and the pages of the book just kind of, I guess, blow very quickly.
Sorry, Veldrin. But you've been reading non-stop. Isn't it like embedded in your brain by now?
I haven't been reading this book in particular. I have
Oh,
other books.
oh, gotcha. Bummer.
It'll be okay. I'm sure
We'll
we
get
can
you some more.
figure it out.
We'll get you some more.
Let me see if I actually have mending prepared in my spell list.
And that would be useful. Check something. So,
No, of course I don't.
yeah. Definitely going to take a little bit to dry the books.
There's likely a way to fix it so that it's legible again. She reassures Veldrin, stretching herself out.
And,
Shaw feels bad for Veldrin and casts Minor Illusion. Use Minor Illusion to cast a book in front of Veldrin. The pages start flipping open, and they're a horrifying, disturbing children's story from hell. Cha had memorized the imagery and the words of, and he's just like, "You can enjoy this for right now if it helps."
See, you say that it's like a horrifying children's story, but like, I'm sure the children's stories that come from the Underdark are pretty horrifying as well,
Oh yeah, and you
considering.
drow, so it might
Hey, look,
actually be
Veldrin.
comforting to you.
Hey, look, Veldrin, it's how we grew up.
Aw, see, we're
Veldrin,
similar.
Veldrin just he points at like one of the like really messed up looking creatures and looks at Neovara and just goes, "Mother."
Hey,
Neopar
really?
snorts. You know, I really see it in the contours of its teeth.
You know, my mother was a slut, so you very well could be my siblings. Wouldn't be surprised.
You've
Hey,
already
look.
bust out laughing. And she's like, very unlikely, but I like your optimism.
Look at the ending. The child gets roasted and eaten by the witch. I love
Ah,
it.
yeah. Mom threatened me with that one a handful of times.
I wish it had just been a threat.
Did you actually get thrown in something?
He kind of goes back to cleaning the fish and humming to himself.
So, Mr. Raoul,
Yeah.
you're still flying around, right?
I'm gonna have landed on a branch near the camp and looking in horror at the conversation that's happening.
Perfect. Because while you're sitting on the branch, there's a very strong, very, very strong, extremely strong localized gust of wind that pretty much shoves you off the branch
Ooh.
What direction?
behind you.
I'm gonna do it back.
So how do you intend to shove the air behind you? Is it like Zombo or just like yeah?
Written determination.
I don't know how to cast this.
Gust of wind?
Yeah.
Well, I would
I'm
say
just gonna flip into the air and do it back and be like, "Hey, fucking knock it off."
so. Since it's the first time you've cast it, what does it look like? What do you do to cast this innate spell to you?
Wings. I'm gonna buffeting of wings.
All right. Just checking something. Okay. So you do that. You're like, hey, knock it off. And then you can just hear like this cackle. And then another gust of wind from behind you.
Now, since that is a racial ability, innate spellcasting, that's just once a day, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna turn around and start arguing with the air to knock it off again. Kind of wildly flipping back and forth in the air, frantically looking for the thing that is messing with me. Being somewhat used to the Feywilds, I would have assumed that it's probably a thing, not
Well, I
just
mean-
a happenstance.
Raoul will do that often.
Honestly, I'm picturing the three creatures of the other planes talking with each other, and then Raoul starts arguing with the air above them while they're having this conversation about the hells and bad treatment by parents. And they're just watching him argue with the air like, well, we haven't lost our minds yet.
Alan, is that normal? Does he do that a lot?
Dad's
No?
gonna nudge Kozik and just be like, "What the fuck is going on?"
I don't know, man. These people keep getting
Understatement
more
of
and
the
more.
century.
Yeah.
I was I'm not the only one. I'm starting to feel out of place here.
I'll pull
I
my
just let it-
spear out and whip it around.
Oh,
Swings.
shoot.
He's fighting this guy.
This guy.
He wants more fish.
So you whip your spear around, and it's almost like no matter what, whatever it is, it's just kind of pushing at your back, just like gusts of wind, just kind of buffeting you around, as it were, but not enough to
Right,
cause
oh,
you to
shit.
fall.
What do you want? Where are you at? What do you want?
And then another gust of wind, like.
Right. I said, knock it off. It's not funny anymore. Know yourself already, and we can talk about this because I don't know what your fucking deal is.
So, are you intimidating or persuading?
Just in general, like, it's assuming that it's probably just
mischievous individuals, non-threatened, I guess. Just be like, all right, cut it out. Like fatherly chastising.
Probably
Cartridge and Barnes,
chastising. I'd say that's
I
more
think
intimidating.
he had a rough childhood too, didn't he?
I don't think this is a rough childhood as much as a rough going.
Okay.
So give me an intimidation.
Oh, and I think Shaw still has one of my spears, right?
Oh no,
Wait.
he used the knife that Zed
Oh,
gave
okay.
him. So you've got your spear.
What the
We got a
Wilds does
low
to
intimidation.
me.
Oh.
All you hear is this more cackling. You're kind of like, all right, knock it over, and you get like kind of knocked off your, just pushed around a bit. Like every time you try and say something, you get shoved.
I'm gonna hold out rations and be like, all right, I'll give it to you if you fucking quit it.
Ooh, give me a persuasion. Let's make the DC a little bit.
Oh.
All right. So you whip out your rations,
Oh no.
and you're
Welcome
like, fine.
to number one.
Hey, that's technically a 2.
Welcome to the team.
That's it.
The initiation ritual, nat 1.
Exactly.
So you go to pull out your rations, and as you do so, you're looking through your bags, you're trying to find them, trying to figure out like, where they are, like, but you're also trying to do this while fighting, being shoved around in the air at the same time. And as you do so, you kind of lose a beat, and not necessarily whatever this is pushing you into a tree, but it kind of pushed you towards it, and you got distracted and just kind of ran your face into the side of a tree and plopped to
Do
the
I drop the
ground.
rations?
Yes. Oof. And take 6 points of fall damage as you stumble through trees, the branches. Some of the branches catch on your wings, and of course, you didn't land gracefully either.
Mentally, I'm like picturing him every single time that he falls a little bit further, where our heads are just going, ooh, and then like comedically tracking his fall down.
Oh.
And I still can't see anything, right?
You can try at this point as you kind of get a feeling something's there, but your perception from before, you didn't see this thing here.
Yeah, I'll try and look for it again. Ah, fucking son of a bitch.
Navarro is going to be seeing, okay,
Oh no.
Birdman's not going to fall out of the tree for no reason.
Oh no. So you're trying to, you fall out of the tree, you hit the ground, you get some scrapes and some bruises. The party's watching you fall from branch to branch, leaf to leaf, just almost like one of those cartoons where the character keeps falling through the floor for no reason. That's kind of what the party sees. And then you hit the ground, you stand up, but your footing is all off because you took a tumble, you're looking the wrong direction, and you're trying to figure out what's going on. Then you turn, while you get up and you turn around, and then you don't realize the tree's there, and and you're like walking in front of a pole, and you turn around,
Slam into it and fall over again.
Yep. Kind of you get up, turn to look around, and don't realize the tree's there because you're all dizzy and disoriented, and smack your head on the tree trunk.
Well, you've made a fool of me now. Show yourself.
Zed's gonna pull his short sword out, and again, sort of almost not really mockingly, but he's just confused. Like, all right, the forest is attacking him.
We're under attack.
Does
Cyber
Niamara
attack.
see anything? She's looking around in the trees to see what knocked him off.
Yep, I'm trying to see how I can make it so only you can see this.
What is going on, you guys? The fish is almost ready. Take it easy.
What the Feywild does to a motherfucker.
I tried
If
this.
Niavara hadn't shared the name of it with the class, she has now shared it with the class.
Wait a minute. Did you just say Feywild?
Yeah,
Is that what?
where we
I
are.
might have-
Duh.
I might have read something about this. Is it?
Nope, I don't want the
This
permissions.
is the Feywild. What? Hey, why didn't you tell us earlier when we were all confused?
She smiles brightly. I was just putting it together, you know.
We literally
Niavara.
ask every single person that we came across where we're at.
And I just figured it out myself, because obviously that has to be the work of a Fae. Duh.
Of course you did.
He's smiling bigger.
You're a gemstone.
Correct. Multifaceted. Shiny and admittedly more valuable than you might think.
For sure. Now, did Raoul just fall out of a tree?
No, something pushed him. And Niavara is going to stand up and like look directly at it, back to the party.
Oh,
And
What
she's
is-
going to make an intimidation check. It does. She's not very intimidating.
what the hell is that? I was gonna run over to Raoul and kind of help him up.
Pick up my rations and grumpily ruffle my feathers and preen myself.
Is that what you were talking to up there?
Do I see it yet? Or am I still disoriented?
I'd say at this point, if Niavara's decided to point it out,
Oh
You
yeah,
see it-
Niavara's pointed it out.
you'd see a very
Oh.
tiny version of it just kind of dancing around in the sky.
Probably what I was yelling at.
That thing knocked you out of a tree.
I would say that's probably the thing.
That tiny little thing.
I'm not sure.
Niavara is going to turn to him and sort of betray her unimpressed airs.
I bet it had I bet its brothers out here and it's much, much, much larger and scary.
Uh-huh. She glances him up and down and sort of like looks at how much bigger he is than her, looks at how tiny it is, and just goes, "Sure. I'm sure the whole family was there."
Well, you never know. There's a lot of mischief in these woods.
You could say that.
I was gonna try to talk to it. Hey there, whirly twirly whirl. Oh, can we help you with something? You're just having a bit of fun with our friend.
It just continues to cackle.
Got the good sense of humor, I guess.
Can I try and like
So-
tackle it?
I've got an idea. I don't know if it
You
would
can
be.
always try.
It seems like it would be persuasion or intimidation rather, but I was kind of curious. I think Zed's just gonna start talking to the group almost indirect of this kind of swirl of air, but loud enough to where it can hear him. And he's gonna start describing almost what his crew used to call certain things when they would sail. So basically, one of his former crew would always use the metaphor that they were catching the wind when they would unfurl their sails. So Zed's gonna kind of reference this and basically be like, we used to capture the wind. I might be able to fashion a sail together and show you all. It's actually quite fascinating. First you make a sail and you unfurl it very wide, very long, and the wind just seems to get trapped in it, eh? So with that being said, should I roll intimidation? Because that is kind of what I'm trying to do
What
Right,
language
by
are you
saying
saying
all
this
of
in?
this. Hmm?
What language are you saying this in?
Of the languages that I know, it would be common so that everyone in the group could understand.
All right. Give me your intimidation with disadvantage.
All right. Great.
Oof.
All
How
right.
is it? Talk to it in that language, like with the rocks. Maybe it doesn't understand us.
I guess I kind of repeat back to Zed what he said, but maybe like, oh, do you mean like literally catching wind in a bag? And I say this in Sylvan. Does that have any effect?
So you say it in Sylvan. The cackling stops. And hold on, let me see how fast. 90 feet.
Jesus.
So, in pretty much the blink of an eye, there's now this tiny air, almost formless shape that just appears, not really appears, but just zooms so fast, right? Like the wind. Zooms so fast and just appears in front of you.
Oh,
And with its tiny itty bitty hand, hold on, let me see. What's your AC?
Who, me?
Yeah.
11.
Okay.
uh-oh.
So with this tiny little hand, it reaches out, and it's almost like this comedic pause as it reaches out like an inch from your face, and then does the best you can tell is like a little wrist swap, and it slaps you in the face.
Oh,
Oh,
No damage,
how,
but it's
how
sending a
rude.
message.
I respond in Sylvan. Sir, that's quite enough behavior out of you.
Yeah, what a little asshole.
Stop it.
Do you even know who that is? That you just did that to? That's nobility.
Mr. Lord Deepshaft.
Aye.
Can't believe it.
Deep is his shaft.
I'm utterly
Cossack, you're not
perturbed
going to
right
take
now.
that, are you?
Well, I
It's more akin to, since you're noble, you'd probably understand this a little bit more context to it. It's not necessarily issuing a challenge as much as it is
A disrespect.
yeah, like the glove slap, like how dare you, sir? Slap.
Oh yeah, I know when my pride has been attacked. So yeah, I have to ask it its name. It's like, do you have a name? Thou imp?
That's not it.
It doesn't respond.
Hmm.
Jeez.
While it's attacking Kozak, I'm gonna angrily run at it and try and be like, "Hey, fucking!" and jump at it.
All right, give me an attack roll.
I do just a basic attack. Just a
Yep.
20.
Yep, d20 plus strength. Or dex, I guess, technically, because
I don't know how to calculate that. Just
so what you
On
could
your
do,
sheet.
yeah, on your sheet there should be. Look at your sheet.
a dex check.
So you can do.
I don't see an unarmed.
Spear longbow. Okay, so you can do. Yeah, just do a dex or strength check, basically. I mean, you are trying to tackle it, so let's just go with the athletics, because usually athletics entails like grapples and stuff.
Oh my
I got
god.
initiated real hard, didn't I?
6 is the number.
So you go in to try and tackle it, but you realize something. It's everything slows down for a minute, and you're diving at this thing, and you have that last minute realization. I'm trying to tackle air. And it's at that moment, and that's when Jackson knew he fucked up.
I
And
tackle Kozak.
You pretty much slam into Kozak and knock him over. No damage, but
Oh,
you fly right through this creature made of air. And it cackles. And then flies up and kind of seems like it's rather amused at the situation.
there's a
and
bunch of
just
this thing's
dips out.
jokes.
I hate it here.
I dust myself off as well as I can and stand up as straight as I can, and I guess I still try to communicate with it. I say, "Whom do you serve?"
Who does number 2 work for?
Who does number 2 work for?
None of your business. And then it just flies off.
Well,
What a punk
What a
bitch.
little bastard.
I
What
kind
was
of
that
admire
all
its
about?
wow.
kind of admire the chutzpah.
Jeez.
Kozak
That's
is
no
less
way to
mean.
make friends.
I don't think it was making friends. I think you would call that having fun. The problem is that we were the toys. Well, actually, Raoul was the toy. Kozak
Yeah.
was the joke.
Yeah.
And the rest of us were all just sort of bystanders to the little play that it put on for us.
I wasn't so offended. It would be very hilarious.
Why are you offended? You didn't get hurt.
And my friend is fucking with my friends.
Neither of them are hurt. Well, actually, no. Raoul is hurt, but that's because he hit every branch on the way down.
Comically bounced from branch to branch on the way down.
Look, their egos are hurt. Look at the looks in their eyes. A giant birdman fell out of a tree, and Kozak was slapped in the face. And he's a nobleman. Look at them. Look at their
and
egos.
accidentally tackled. My dignity is constantly being wounded and
Not a good day for
denigrated.
Kozak so far.
I would normally recognize that I tackled Kozak, but I'm so frustrated at this thing that I just stood up and like turned around and was like, "Where the fuck did it go?" Completely disregarding that I even hit it.
I'm sure that your shaft will heal.
Dangerous wound. Okay.
Zed's just gonna kind of
Goodness.
help brush Kozak off and be like, "All right, that was nothing. You're all right. You're all right."
Well, hey, the fish is done, you guys. So here, have Doc kind of holds out his the sticks with the fish on them. Passes it around.
I'm gonna do this little jobby right here.
Good grief.
So what does it look like when you cast this spell, as it is the first time you have cast it? Describe to us what it looks like.
Being, kind of air like, we kind of have it like,
Cure wounds.
I'm just gonna touch spell, so I'm just gonna kind of like brush myself off and kind of inspect myself as like a little swirl of air puffs my feathers up.
Oh,
Kinda
that's
surround-
cool.
Kind of wicking away the dirt and grime kind of thing.
Excellent. So I guess the next question is, where do you guys want to go from here? You've crossed the river. You've had an interesting interaction with a mischievous spirit of sorts.
Had some delicious three-eyed fish.
Should we sleep for the night? Tackle it in the morning so we can see their shit coming at us again.
Is there night and day here? How does it work anyway?
You know, it's kind of dark all the time, but you know, it's getting a bit colder. You know, kind of feel the heaviness of the air. When you don't feel that anymore, it's kind of day.
I guess I'm cool to chill here.
Sounds
I'm
kind
down
of like
for a rest if you like.
Sure.
Probably dry off all of our clothes by the fire. Those of us who went for a swim.
Eavara snorts. Elbowing Veldrin.
So, is there going to be... All right, so you guys are setting up a camp here on the river's edge?
That's
you
right.
Yeah.
Oakley dokley. So everybody's going to sleep at the same time?
Oh, watch.
Takes first watch.
I'll take it.
All right, so who's in which watch rotation? That's the important question.
Josh
Chaz-
takes first watch. If anybody wants to join him.
I'll join.
So Raoul and Cha first watch.
Yeah.
All right, and who's up for a second watch?
I'll do second watch. Going in pairs, I don't know.
Me too, I guess. Sense.
All right, and then I assume the
Last
siblings
watch.
for the last.
Yep, we have preparations in the morning to take care of.
Oh.
So that's 3. Okay, so I'll do it 6 divided by 2. All right, so those who are on first watch, I mean, you guys set up a campfire, you know, you're next to rapids, so a majority of the noise you might make could easily be muted by or overtaken by the sounds of the rushing water. So there's that going for you. But on the other side, things moving around could also be masked from you. So those who are taking first watch, give me your perception checks as everybody's just kind of starting to hunker down for the quote-unquote evening.
Chaw's looking around nervously. He's not sleepy at all. He's like chewing
Welcome
on
to the
some
group,
of the
Raoul.
roasted
Tired of
chewing
this
on some of the
sixes.
roasted fish.
Tired of the 6s.
Chaw's like, it's all right. You'll be all right. And he's handing him some of the fish.
You gotta be fucking kidding
Oh
me.
my god.
Chaz is totally focused on trying to help Raul get over his whole ordeal.
my hurt pride.
Alright. It's all right, buddy. Don't worry about it. Hey, are you starting to
Everybody-
remember anything? You starting to remember anything about your previous life before this place?
Well, I've been thinking about it, and now I'm just worried about. I just met everybody, and now I've embarrassed myself in front of everybody.
Oh, don't worry, we all do it.
I'm gonna be very caught up and like kicking the dirt and like grumpily like looking at the ground.
Yeah, it's all right. These are very strange circumstances we're in.
All right. So you guys have a walk, or have a talk, not a walk. I was gonna say a walk and talk, but just a talk.
We definitely don't have a watch. Just a talk.
Yeah. Nothing happens.
Yep.
Yep.
We were
Yeah, we didn't see anything all night.
Yep.
No, everything's fine.
Yeah. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. No.
Doing great. Very peaceful night, actually.
Oh
Feel a lot
yeah.
better.
Yeah. Couldn't think of anything that could possibly go wrong. Well, nothing happens on your watch.
Oh,
Clear skies.
thank the gods.
So second watch.
All right, I guess I kind of get out of my little well, not a rucksack, that's what you wear on my little sleeping bag, and kind of brush my clothes off, and I'm like, oh, I guess Mr. Thatcher, let's do this next watch, huh?
All right, let's get to it. Got a little bit of shut eye.
We'll update them on our report of nothing happened.
Yeah,
you
totally
seen it?
peaceful. No weird creatures. The fish is
Yeah,
great. There's
like
still
here.
some. There's still some left over. You guys want to chomp some fish?
I didn't even hear anything all night. Just the sound of the water.
Yeah, very peaceful.
Hope I wasn't snoring.
Didn't hear that
Um,
either.
Yeah, no, no.
All right. So
All
those.
good. Have fun.
All right. Those who have second watch, give me
Right.
perception checks.
Say, Mr. Thatcher, being here in the Feywild, I have a strange feeling like I've been here before, but I don't remember it. I don't know. In any event, I feel like there's absolutely nothing that could ever harm me tonight.
Nice.
That's very. That's good to hear.
I feel good.
10 to
Reassuring.
15. All right. 10 and 15.
Just what every DM wants to hear.
I feel kind of invincible, you know?
Oh no, you said the wrong thing.
You're kind of invincible.
Like Stephen Bad.
I feel like I could fight a
Nice.
building. Hey,
Classic.
we already have.
And I
Big
believe you
Trouble
could
in Little
win.
China.
Yes, true enough.
All right. So Zed, you still have nothing to report. Kozik, on the other hand, feeling as invincible as he does and feels like nothing can affect him whatsoever tonight. You're probably right. However, you do notice that there's a lot of vines kind of hanging from the trees above you. A lot more than before.
Oh.
Well, I guess maybe the plants grow kind of fast here. I don't know. Hey Zed, do you think those plants? Well, maybe it's just my imagination, but there's a lot of vines and stuff.
I guess Ed's gonna look up and. Well, gonna kind of turn around and.
It's probably nothing. I don't know. This place is new to me, just like anybody else, but seems weird.
Well, at least something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, nothing other than that seems to be out of place, right? Just vines growing down the trees really fast. Well, not like you observing them, but those weren't as long as they used to be. Weird.
Growing along the ground at this point,
Well, from the trees, like they're kind of
dangling.
I'd say they're dangling.
We set up camp in Jumanji.
This is an interesting
Totally.
sort of perspective question. Are they growing from the ground up through the trees, or seemingly coming from the trees down to the ground?
From the trees down to the ground.
That's alarming. Okay. I don't know that my character would notice that, but
Well, I guess since we're on watch, it did something I did notice. I guess I go over towards the tree and take a look.
All right. So what are you looking for? Are you just
oh,
like,
fuck.
Guess just weird movement and stuff. I'm like, oh, it's the plants do. I do have some vines experience. I don't know.
I guess Zed's gonna kind of follow behind Cozy. Hey, what you got? Anything going on?
No, I probably not. I mean, I just I mean,
yeah,
I
no.
feel comfortable here, so it's probably everything's gonna be okay, I guess.
Yeah. Perfectly fine.
I mean, we were riding around inside of a rock earlier. What what could go wrong?
Yeah, I mean,
Seems
come
like
on.
everything's been in our favor.
I feel like this whole countryside is like watching out for us.
Right.
Shaw got all sorts of fish. We happened to get across the rapids, no problem. No one did anything embarrassing, and we got a camp set up where we're fine, right?
I think I think I think we're gonna be okay.
And
Keep saying
meanwhile,
that.
standing under the tree,
Yeah.
like, yeah, there's nothing here. Nah.
This is totally normal.
All right.
More used to rocks than trees, so yeah, it looks okay.
Yep. Nothing stands out
Yep, that's a tree.
except for the
Okay.
fact that you kind of feel something wrap around you very quickly.
Oh.
Wraps
Oh.
around both of your waists and around your mouths.
Oh.
And you feel yourselves being hoisted up into the tree
Oh.
by these vines. Very,
Oh.
sneaky video game style. Like,
Like the hands from the forest temple in Zelda.
yeah.
Ah, nice. Now rolls over in his sleep and it's like,
Yeah.
So you two feel yourselves get yoinked all the way up into this tree. But
Are
you can't say
we
anything as your mouths are effectively gagged.
mouths are bound? It's wrapped against our waists to be able to, like hoist us like that. But are we like arms bound? Can't do anything.
That would determine, well, to determine that, I should say, you can give me a acrobatics to see if you can wiggle your arms just in time to not be,
Oh, yeah.
completely grappled.
Yeah, Zed's a
do-
wiggler.
I'll give it a try too.
Zed is not a
Welcome to the
wiggler.
party.
oh, wow. Guys, come
He's
on.
actually never wiggled in his life.
Somehow made the vines tighter.
Wow.
You're like, you've basically turned yourselves into like little yo-yos.
My nat 1 was the same roll.
You wiggled yourself
Yeah.
upside down now, so
I stuck
Yeah.
my hands in my pockets right before the vines got around my waist there. So yeah.
I vote that our party should be called the number ones. We are
it out.
number one. We are number one.
Cube's over here getting 18s and 20s, and we're just fumbling one after another.
Well, it was funny. I mean, we got 3 nat 1s or not nat 20s early on. It was like we were getting high rolls, we were getting nat 20s, and then
now like
in the span
9
of
fumbles.
in the span of 10 minutes, we've now rolled more nat 1s than the entire session of nat 20s.
Ah, you hate to see it. Well, most of you. So,
I
anywho,
love it.
time passes. And, yeah. Nobody wakes up third watch, folks.
So we didn't hear a thing. Nobody did.
Nope.
Oh,
I would say Niavara would wake up a little bit earlier than usual, given that she's a cleric and has to prepare her spells and pray and stuff first thing in the morning. Which
Yep,
is why she volunteered herself for third watch in the first place.
Yep. You wake up and, yeah, second watch folks aren't around anywhere. Maybe they got up and, maybe they got up and went for a trip.
Niavara can't really tell the time either, given the state of things.
Oh, it's actually morning now. There's definitely
Oh.
sunlight.
She'll whistle.
You guys just kind of came in at night.
Ah, I see. She's gonna poke Veldrin. Vel.
He wakes up.
Hey. We're missing people.
Missing-
Yes, as in, the people that should have been on second watch. Kozik, Dick Joke, and Zed.
Is there any idea where they've gone?
No, but it's now morning. I think that we slept through our watch, which not great for the implications there.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Kozik and Zed are missing.
Yeah, did they go fishing after they woke you up? What's going?
They're
Huh?
missing. They didn't wake us up.
Oh, missing! John jumps, does a kip onto his feet, holding his staff already. Where? Are there any signs of the tracks? Anything?
Niavara's like
Raoul,
recoiling
get
from
up!
that, like, oh my god, so dramatic.
Alan, get up! Our friends were taken in the night.
Alan's like rubbing his little squirrely eyes.
would this count as a long or short rest?
Long. Because nobody
Niavara's
interrupted the
muttering to
rest, so.
herself that she's gotta, muttering a couple prayers so that she can get the benefits of the long rest. But Huffy.
Raul's gonna be like a dog that like sleeps like twisted with like one leg in the air.
And then she's gonna get up and she's going to attempt to do a survival check to see where they might have gone.
And Chalk, give her help with that. She's gonna look around as well.
Sure.
Go ahead and roll again.
Hell yeah.
Watch it be a 1.
There we go.
All right. Between you and Cha, you ascertain that, you see their footprints. They went over to this tree. It's a very lively tree. It's very uneventful. There's no vines growing out of it or anything.
She'll trot
Do you
over.
think that Kozik like walked into the tree, like how we got here? Do you think it's one of those portal kind of thingies?
I have no idea.
Didn't they tell us?
I'm assuming something took them without them realizing it. Maybe magical or otherwise. I don't know. The Fae are sort of, it's like
Mischievous.
Exactly. We're like the Underdark and Nine Hells are malicious. The Fae are operating on their own, like.
It is
If
kind of adorable, I have to say. You're right. It's not as bad as where we came from. It's kind of cute.
a different type of bad, I would actually argue. I would say not
But I
under
do automatically think they were like taken, tortured, disemboweled, eaten.
Neovar is nodding along, like, yes, 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 absolutely. I get that. I don't think that's what
But
happened.
but
But
right. So you're saying this place is a little okay. Yeah.
okay is a
But
strong word. I just don't think it's going to be like gory per se. Now, if they here's my example. You know how like if you take someone prisoner, you're going to like interrogate them for like information and stuff. Imagine like someone tricking you out of your name, or like ending up with Raoul over there without memories.
right. Okay. Okay.
When I think of when I
Okay.
conjure up the image of a fae, I conjure up the image of like stealing someone's baby and replacing it with a changeling, or
That would be hilarious.
I know, right?
But does the baby come back or
No,
do they? Oh shit. Okay, that's hardcore.
or
Okay,
like
so this could
saying
this
I
could be
like your
really
name
bad.
and just taking your name.
Okay.
So like like I said, it's not bad in the way that we're used to. It's a different type of bad. And she's going to be
It
like
still could be
examining the
like
tree.
really bad. Okay.
Yeah, I would say outside of our scope of understanding. Like,
Huh.
imagine a mouse trying to understand the reason why a human might not like it in its walls.
Sure.
But we're the mouse,
Oh
operating with
no.
rules that we don't understand.
Raul, you know this place better than any of us. What do you think?
I'm gonna groggily kind of look at him and be like, "Oh, I got disappeared."
Yo, Raul, can you get up that tree and like see if there's anything up there? I can't climb.
Yeah, their footprints stop here right here. They didn't move from here unless they were sucked underground or taken up there above.
Given that
Um,
there's tracks, I don't think they were sucked underground.
I guess I can fly up, kind of see what's going on as I'm like stretching and yawning.
Oh, this place keeps you on your toes. My goodness.
All right, give me your perception as you look around, of course.
I didn't see shit.
Yep, nope, didn't see nothing.
Looks fine. I know what happened.
Ah, man. So
That's
they're not
not
up
great.
there? Gosh.
Cha, why don't you like climb on Veldrin? And Veldrin, she like goes over to grab Veldrin, her stocky brother, be like, okay, okay, okay. You're gonna stand here. Because frankly,
Uh-huh.
no offense to you, Ralph, we just met, but like also you don't remember where you're from. So like I'm just gonna be honest, I don't trust your perception just yet. We'll get there.
I don't think Raoul trusts his perception.
That's so fair. Veldrin, you're gonna stand at the base of this tree and we're gonna climb up you, like you're a tree.
Good call.
Be one with the trees and know what they're doing because you also are thinking like them. That's a good idea. I'm gonna
Uh,
imitate. I'm gonna bring
uh,
my wings up and imitate like I'm a tree and stand very still.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Shaw, climb him. I can't.
Sure. Climbing away. Chaw's like wiry, long frame starts climbing up Raoul into the tree.
All right. I'll say with all the
Oh,
assistance, you don't need to.
look at Mittens. I mean, let's just take a moment here to enjoy Mittens licking his non-existent paw skin,
His
cleaning
fur.
himself. I
That's
mean, come
gone.
on, adorable. Ah,
Yeah, this cat's probably been doing this all night.
Poor kitty.
Mittens, you're the best. You know, you just make a rough situation just like enjoyable. Okay, back to finding our potentially kidnapped and mischievously murdered friends.
Yep. So
Again,
you climb up, and I'll say you don't even need to make a check. You got like everybody helping you. It's you can make it happen. So you climb up the tree. You're up in the tree now.
Okay, I'm
See
gonna look
anything?
around. Do I see like any cracks? Well, I'm gonna shake the branches a little bit to see if they react. I'm gonna talk to the tree. I'm gonna cast minor illusion and like show a little floating three-dimensional image of Kozik and ask the tree if it's seen this person, um, as well as Zed. I'll do that. And I'll listen. I'll put my ear against the tree to see if I hear anything. Just the works.
Go for it.
Yep, that's what he does.
See what
What am
he
I looking for?
gets.
Perception or?
Yep. Or investigation. I mean, you're kind of looking more in depth.
Let's do investigation. What the hell?
Oh my
All
god.
right, 12. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you definitely see some disturbed tree branches, like maybe a snapped branch here and there,
Oh,
and maybe some remnants of some like vines or something that don't seem native to this tree. That's about it.
there's definitely some activity that's gone on up here. There's some weird vines that look different than the rest of the tree. And Cha's gonna grab one of the vines and tear it off and throw it down to the others to take a look at it.
Looking at the vine, Neovar is going to attempt a perception check and fail.
But what are you trying
My
to
good.
do?
She's like looking around to see if she sees this vine in any other tree around.
Ah, yep, nope, you don't see any of that in any nearby trees.
Mm.
I'm gonna wiggle my feet into the dirt, and then without moving my legs, rotate and look into the sun and be, what would a tree do here?
Meanwhile, the camera switches to the two individuals that had a delightful watch last night.
Oh, wow.
You guys, the last you remember was being basically bound, gagged, and blindfolded by vines. Not the best of feelings. But you also feel like you've been moved. Maybe not so much dragged, well, definitely dragged, but not the traditional, oh, I feel my feet being dragged against soil kind of dragged. Dragged as if you're being pulled through trees, several of them.
That's awful.
And, a little bit of time passes. And you can definitely, not say you're still wide awake for this, because, you don't know what the hell's going on. You're kind of caught off guard. You can't sleep through this. Like, what the hell? But you do come to, eventually, and the vines unravel from your eyes, and you seem to be in some kind of a cave, maybe? But you're still definitely bound, definitely gagged. And in this cave, there's some kind of a weird looking stone altar with weird carvings on it. And when you look around the room, it's just a lot of dirt, a lot of like stones laying around, maybe some old soiled, like scrappy rags, some old clothing, just piles of it in various locations. And just on the other side of this altar, there's a figure kind of hunched over, so you only see the backside of it, but it's a robed figure. And it seems to be, well, you don't know what it's doing, but it kind of sounds like the sound of, metal scraping against metal.
So we can we're not like blindfolded anymore. We can see, but we're still like gagged basically
Yep.
and bound. Based on
Yep.
our bindings, are we attached to anything
Nope.
or are we just tied up?
You're just tied up with these vines. They're kind of wrapped around your legs, wrapped around your waist. Your hands are bound together.
Okay. And this hooded figure, uh, does it resemble the same hooded figure that Zed followed at the very beginning to get to where he was in the Underdark? Or is it no no resemblance or
You can't
familiarity?
really tell yet. There's
Okay.
not enough to really draw that conclusion. It's just a hooded
And
figure, and its back is to you, so there's no other details.
are we on the ground or are we standing?
You're laying on the ground.
Okay. I think first and foremost, Zed's just gonna try and look around, but also make sure Kozik is uh conscious and uh aware. So
Yeah, you're
hopefully
both
he can
very
see
conscious.
Kozik looking at him.
Oh, you're both awake.
All right.
I try to say something even though it's pointless.
So
Zed,
when you make
Zed's gonna
noise, the figure stops doing whatever it's doing.
Zed's gonna widen his eyes, like just as big as he can, and just nod at Kozik, but not make any sort of noise. And he's gonna start trying to uh potentially shift his body weight, not shuffle so much to make a lot of noise, or he's attempting to not make a lot of noise. Um, but to shuffle closer to Kozik and maybe try and sit up to potentially try and stand. But just changing position, basically.
Yeah, maybe we can help each other stand up, or to that back to back kind of thing. I don't know.
All right. So the question is, since you're trying to do this stealthily, give me a stealth check.
Let's see.
All
Oh, there it
right.
is. Here it goes.
All right.
Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff.
So Kozik, you already started murmuring.
Uh-huh.
Like the figure, whatever it was doing, the sounds of metal screeching just kind of comes to a sudden stop as the figure also ceases what it's doing and kind of straightens itself up, right? Like before, it looks like it was hunched over doing something. And at this point, it has been made aware that you are, well, moving, awake, aware. And the figure slowly turns to you. And maybe there's like, let's say there's like a little bit of candlelight here and there. And maybe even a light glow emanating from the altar that maybe it's made from some glowing stone, right? You've seen a lot of glowing things here in the Fae. It would make sense that there could be some stone that has some glow to it. But as this figure turns towards you, in the faintest flicker of the candlelight and the shadows, you realize half of this person's face is rotted away. The other half, very much flesh and blood. It's almost like half of his face, almost like Two-Face, but more skeletal. You've seen this before.
Oh.
Particular individual with the skeletal hand.
Like like Veldrin?
Except instead of it being one hand being skeletal and one flesh. It's its face.
Right.
Ah, you've come to our delight. So, what brings you to the Feywilds? Hmm? And as he says this, the vines around your mouths just kind of just unbind.
I want to I want to scream at him, but I restrain myself and I say, "Sir, my name is Kozik Deepshaft, a dwarf, and we've come to the Feywild seeking like what are we saying? We're seeking enlightenment and we're seeking adventure."
You know, adventure is very dangerous, hazardous to your health. And as he says this, his hand reaches up, and there's a skeletal hand that reaches up and just scratches at the bony portion of his face.
Like nails on a chalkboard.
Oh, very much. It's like bone scratching into bone. And you.
What is that? Somebody's got something in the background. What is that?
It's Niavara.
Oh, okay. I
Wait,
feel
what?
like I'm here. Can sound as
There was
I can
background
hear
noise.
can hear like a television or a news report or something in the background.
I am so sorry. I have no idea what you're hearing. Genuinely, because I'm not hearing anything.
It disappeared now. Never mind. Continue.
Anywho, and then it looks to Zed. I know.
Wait, what?
What? You've forgotten your old friends?
No? You talk. Whoa, friends. I never been here before. I know that for certain.
Have you now? Do you recall a life before the boat?
Well, all I remember is rapping away in Portston, trying to stay alive.
I see. And he turns around again, very ominously. And it kind of looks like he's lifting his head up, looking at the ceiling. Deals made in the past are not forgotten. You sought a new life. They gave it to you. The Ashen Wake was simply your second chance. And you can hear the sound of maybe like two daggers scraping against each other again.
Hmm.
I think Zed's eyes get a little darty, and he has a kind of one of those pretty hard swallows, and it's just probably a perplexed look, as if he's not even sure how this person knows what they're talking about.
Nothing to say. You are always so chatty when you are younger.
I don't. I don't necessarily. What, you have a name?
This figure turns its head again. You've forgotten your old friend Meyer? How unfortunate. It's been so long.
I think at this point, Zed's just kind of sitting there, just blinking, just not recognizing the person that uh, this figure is suggesting them to be.
Hmm.
I don't feel like you're. You say you are. I don't. I've never been here.
Memories traded for new lives. In some cases, life traded for new lives. And he raises its skeletal hand.
Hmm.
I think Zed's gonna kind of shuffle back a little bit. He's probably still bound and laying down, but just kind of kick away slightly. Uh, Not sure what to expect.
Kozik, is there anything you wanted to say? Because you're also unbound mouth.
Oh, Kozik's pretty dumbstruck by the whole thing, and he says, well, you know what, Mr. Thatcher? I know how you feel. People are accusing me of having deals that I don't quite remember making either, so.
Hmm.
Accusing? The figure quickly pivots and turns and slams its hands on the altar. You stole from me. That's why I took what I need to. You and your precious captain. You think you could run forever? I was going to find you eventually.
Did he spin around to talk to Kozik, or is he
Oh, he's talking to
looking at
Zed.
Zed?
He's staring you
Oh,
dead
fuck.
in the eyes with a burning intensity. So, where is it?
It's been quite a long while, and honestly, I've been traipsing through the Underdark and going through Mystic Lands. What? I might have forgotten. I've taken a lot of things. What might
Nice.
be you looking for?
He snorts as best he can with a half skeletal face. Guess I'm going to have to extract this information the hard way.
Ooh.
Enjoy your stay. You'll be here a while, and I would be remiss to remind you that this will hurt.
I think Zed's gonna glance over, just shoot a gaze over at Kozik, and just be like, "Hi, sorry, mate."
Yeah, it looks like we're in trouble.
You, I have no use for you. But you are a prisoner of circumstance.
Like for the record, I have a use for him. There's plenty of uses for this fella here. He could actually probably maybe help you in some way. Or he don't want you to seem expendable, Kozik.
You just say that out loud.
It's trying to whisper, but like obviously the fucking
I appreciate you
we're
saying
all
that,
right
Mr.
here.
Thatcher. It's
Uh,
it's well appreciated. Well, since I don't have a gag in my mouth, I turn to this creature and I say, I don't know what business you have with Mr. Thatcher, but maybe you can tell me. We're seeking a powerful entity that lives in this realm. A lady. Who do you know this person?
Which one?
I've heard that there are several, but I'm not sure which one.
Well, then, you should start there. Look for several women. I don't know. I don't care. I have no
Damn.
business with you or them. My business
Right.
is with this thief here. And he stares daggers at Zed again. If I get what I seek, you're free to go. He might have some other scarring scenarios. I just want what is mine. Meanwhile, while you guys mull that over, back at the campsite.
I'm so relieved that you're telling me that they won't be tortured and murdered. That's so good. Ah, good. So we can take our time in finding them.
All right.
I told you, it's not that they won't be tortured and murdered. It's just that they're not going to have their fingernails taken off or boiled for their blood or something like that. Something weird and strange and fucked up might
Stop
still
giving
happen.
ideas.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great. No, if it's like normal torture, like no biggie, they'll still live. But yeah, I meant like the really, really bad stuff.
You know, like
Maiming,
strapped
pokers in
to
the
a rock
eyes.
and let birds eat them.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a good idea. Have you
Start
done
writing
that
down
before,
notes.
Raul?
Or like
Shot.
what if they just like like the little zip line that we had, but they like hung them up by their fingers from the zip line and just let their feet dibble into the water and let the fish bite their toes off.
See, that's all like run of the mill regular torture. Again,
Yeah, that one's kind of simple.
stealing like pieces of your soul might be more the line that a fae might go to.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, that's sounding a little bit more like where I come from.
Yeah, but like not your soul, but like exchanging pieces of yourself bit by bit until you're nothing left.
Oh,
May I
I'm gonna-
have your pronouns? May I have your name? May I have this dance? Etc.
huh. Romantic if you think about it.
No.
Okay. But maybe just the way I was thinking about it.
Yes. Just the way you're thinking.
So
But that's
thinking like a tree, I think I know what happened to him.
uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over to the tracks and I'm gonna be like, all right, so the tracks stop here. They must be this tree.
You mean they became the tree?
Like, well, the tracks just kind of they must be the tree.
I don't know if that's what happened.
We'll knock on the tree. Be like, Zed, get out of there already.
I tried to talk to it already. There was nothing. Just this
Oh.
weird vine.
Well, probably not the tree then. I'm at a loss. I couldn't see
Yeah,
anything.
good guess. Good guess.
Nevar,
As good as anybody?
is going to yell out in primordial, "Oi! Anyone see what happened to like a weird dorfin smelling human?"
You know what? Roll me a D100.
I don't like those adjectives.
Nice. Wow, even with a D100, we roll like crap.
Okay.
No one else here speaks primordial, huh?
Will Wheaton would be proud.
Speak goblin. Maybe there's goblins here.
I'm more saying no one else understood what Niavar was saying when she said that.
You know, for shits and giggles, you see that that little air guy, and then disappears again.
Oi, you little shits!
Charles is going to concentrate really hard and cast Detect Thoughts to see if he can perceive thinking creatures within a certain radius around the tree. So, with let me cast it here so you can see it.
Yeah, let's take a look. See, and what's it look like when you cast it?
So this is a
Vision.
this has verbal somatic components. He doesn't need material components. So he just kind of sits himself into lotus posture, concentrates. He's right below the tree, right beneath the boughs, and he just closes his eyes and starts moving his hands in these intriguing gestures in the air and muttering in infernal. And you and then there's just kind of this weird purpley shadowy glow that smokes off of the edges of his body, and he and yeah, so he can within
Doesn't see
30 feet in all directions he can comprehend the thoughts of any creature, whether they're visible or not.
Okay, so you can focus your
You just
mind.
hear Raoul talking to himself in his head.
So there's a surface thoughts to start.
So you can focus
Of
on
any-
any one creature that you can see within 30 feet.
I can read the thoughts of certain creatures. When I cast a spell on each turn until the spell ends, you can focus your mind on any one creature that you can see. If the creature you choose has a blah, blah, blah. But there's another part where you can also use this spell to detect the presence of thinking creatures you can't see. When you cast the spell as your action during the duration, you can search for thoughts within 30 feet of me. It can penetrate barriers, but not 2 feet of rock or 2 inches of metal or lead. So
Give
it
me a
should be able to
second.
go through the tree, go through, through the soil. It's not 2 feet of solid rock, and pick up thoughts.
Is a 3 or lower?
And then if I detect the thought using that method, I can read its thoughts.
That thing has a 4 int,
which
so
are just the surface thoughts. And if I pick up on it, I can have you make a save to see if I can reach deeper and find out deeper thoughts.
all right. So you remember that cat you came across before that ate the bird? That was very much like
Yeah.
meow.
Yeah.
It's around here somewhere.
Oh. So Cha just kind of says some things he hears. Detect the thoughts of that little shithead cat that ate my birdie friend. That sent us in the direction to find Raoul, so I guess it redeemed itself a little bit.
It's just kind of sitting in a tree. Ow.
Okay, so he picks up that, and then so I'd be able to detect any thinking creatures, even if I can't see them.
I mean, it's very much a thinking creature.
Got it. Yep. What is it thinking about? You can read its thoughts. Pretty straightforward.
So you said, what's it thinking about?
Yeah.
Well, something that you probably have gathered a little bit from before. A little bit of disappointment. Not necessarily at you. The equivalent of a cat shaking its head.
I wonder if all this disappointment is the same creature. Maybe that cat was Kozik's matron.
Patron.
Patron? I thought it was female creature.
Patron carries certain connotations that patron does not.
Okay.
Joseph has a lover in the forest. That's strange. Why didn't we talk to them for help?
That's also not what we.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Sure. Cha's gonna dive deeper into the cat's thinking. So it has to make a save. And the save is on the
Yeah.
sheet there.
It opts to fail.
Okay, it just fails. So I know it's reasoning, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates.
Okay, so go down the list a little bit slower, one at a time.
Okay, so since it failed, I know it's reasoning, if any.
Okay, so the reasoning for what it's doing, it's keeping an eye on you guys and intervals.
Oh. Okay, its emotional state. She kind of
Thoroughly
describes
unimpressed.
Rude.
that. And something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates.
Two
Biggest thing
things.
on its mind.
Someone vastly more powerful than it, that it seems to take command from. And secondly, the fact that somebody got kidnapped so easily, which kind of feeds into that same cycle of, disappointing master with information.
So Cha, while he's doing this, he's like in this profound meditative state, but his face is all crinkled up and he's shaking his head. He's just like, ah.
So you're like eyes closed when you're meditating doing this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reading
The
thoughts.
cat's like jumped on your head and just looking down at you. Meow.
Oh my goodness. You know you're adorable. Where did they get taken?
It looks up into the trees.
I know we looked
Meow.
in the tree. We couldn't find any entrance to anything.
I told you they became a tree.
Well, I was reading this cat's thoughts. It works for something. I think it works for the creature that has been keeping an eye on Kozik constantly. And it knows that they were kidnapped. So they were taken. But where? By whom? And how? Can you tell us? Can you guide us?
Meow. It jumps down and just kind of does what cats do, like, tail up in the air, swashes it a couple times. You get the full, the butt view of the cat because they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Meow.
And it looks back to you and just starts walking into the into the trees.
All right, you guys. I think we should follow it. It's working for one of these powerful beings for sure. I saw it in its mind. It's been watching us on purpose. Not the next. And it's and by the way, it's unimpressed with us.
All right, so we'll switch the camera back to the guys in the cave because all the stuff that you guys are going through is much later. The cave stuff's kind of happening right now. So, to the cave folk, what do y'all want to do in this situation? And actually, I will chime in. Oh, don't worry. It'll only hurt for a little bit. I need time to get my tools together. I didn't expect guests tonight. So don't worry, in the morning we'll have quite the discussion, old friend. But I hope
That's
you're
gonna
very
go.
comfortable. And he cracks this like half smile on the skeletal side. If he could smile, it would kind of show. But you get the gist of it. Very sinister.
That's gonna have another kind of almost deep swallow and just raise his brows and glance over at Kozik and glance back at the hooded figure. Did they turn around
I mean, they're just
to
kind
look
of
away?
turning, looking away, and looking back at you every so often when they
Gotcha,
speak.
yeah.
But eventually, he does leave the room. But to where, you don't know, because you're kind of on the ground, and it's real dark in here, and a lot of things obscure in vision. Even to those with dark vision, things are obscured beyond a certain point. But you're left in here. It's, a couple dudes tied up in a cave. Some people are into that.
All right, we got to get out of these bonds here. How do we? Uh, can we help each other escape from these vines?
So, referencing back to a couple roles that we had, um, it seemed like when we got bound that Kozik rolled an 8, but I rolled the nat 1. Is he less bound than I am?
Yes, more so, yeah, in that your struggling actually made it worse for you.
Okay.
You kind of, when cats get caught up in string and then they get on their face and then they're still playing with it and then they like wrap themselves up even more, and then once they do that, then they freak the fuck out and then they get even more raveled in it and then they try and run away but they're all entangled. That's basically what you were.
Okay. So I guess I'd look over at Cozy and be like, are you able to grab any of my daggers or anything? Cut yourself free?
Am I?
I mean, you can scoot closer to them.
Well, yeah, definitely. Scooch, scooch, scooch.
I mean, you also have Eldritch Blast. That could be funny.
I mean,
Dude.
I didn't know if it was like, oh, I
And
need
that
a.
thing, you should just be constantly casting Eldritch Blast just all the time.
I didn't know if I was both verbal and somatic or whatever, so I didn't know if I could cast it since I'm bound up. But
Good question. Is it somatic?
Yep, it's both.
so I want to just explode with magic power, but I can't move my arms to make the sacred hand gestures and whatever. Um, Okay, well, I say, Mr. Thatcher, he seems to know you, or he claims to,
Seems
but
to really not like me.
you don't remember what it is that he wants back?
I don't know who it is. He's talking about a life that it's,
Yeah.
it's almost like I was an orphan quite young, and I was probably 10 or so when I got pulled onto a ship by my old captain. But it seems like he was referencing that old Thatcher and myself stole something from him. But like I remember my childhood from what it was, and then getting on the ship with the crew and starting to have some sort of semblance of family. But I don't remember. Like, we be honest, we took some coin from quite a lot of folks, but
Sure, sure.
he's looking for coin. Unfortunately, right now, my pockets are a bit skint.
He seems like he's beyond currency at this point.
Tried to ask what he wanted, but I'm
It
I'm
seems
not
like he's
liking the preparations that he's doing. So
certainly seems like we're going to be tortured, Mr. Thatcher. Um, how can I try to escape the vines?
Sure, do you want to try and escape the vines?
Yeah, what would that be?
I did suggest already too, like if you can grab a dagger off my belt or something. That's still an option.
Yeah, what kind of villain lets you keep your weapons on you after you've been captured?
Do I not have any of my stuff? I was bound and
I thought
Oh yeah,
this
he
guy's
he
just
didn't take your
beyond.
stuff.
Yeah, we've got it. So yeah, I mean, is it possible to grab a dagger or something, some sort of sharp edge
I
for me
mean,
to
there's lots
rub
of
up against?
stones in here. There's a cave wall behind you that you're leaning against. There's plenty of surfaces that you can get friction.
Okay.
I mean, with how badly
Well, go ahead.
entwined Zed has gotten himself, you can probably see why the dude didn't even bother trying to take weapons off you guys.
I was thinking that they might not be accessible.
Check his sheet, make sure.
All right, Kozik, you go do something because I'm over here in a fucking cocoon.
Well, yeah, I guess I'll rub up against the cave wall and see if that gets me anywhere. I mean, I know it'll take a little time, but
All right, give me a. Let's see. You can give me that. I'll say in athletics because you're trying to rub the vines against the wall and just have to use friction to get them to break apart. Or you can just commune with nature. Who knows?
oh, here we go. And
There you go.
There you go. With a 17, you easily shred these vines from around you. Well, at least around your hands. Oh, do you make loud noises when you do that? Is that the noise you make? Just curious.
yeah, yeah, totally. No, I'm free.
Nice.
Okay, continue.
Kozik.
You're right. You're so right. Okay, so I go over and I
And
attempt to free Mr. Thatcher.
before you do that, give me a perception check.
Okay.
Actually, you both can, because you're both in there.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Good.
fine. 19, you hear the footsteps coming back after you made that loud noise. Yeah, you both hear that.
Kozik, lay down.
Lay
Or can you
down.
still, can you still pound?
I shredded the vines.
Well,
Okay. I get back down. I guess I get down on the ground and we lay there like we're still bound up.
You hear the sounds of a door creaking open very quick. It's just like, Ray! And then you see the figure come in the room and look you over.
Hello, still here. Fucking tied up.
Hmm. Sure. Okay, it's not within. Your time will be soon. And then he turns around and you hear a door close. And then footsteps walking away.
Okay. Like, all right, a close one, I guess. I say this quietly. and then hey, well, I don't know, let's try to find a way out of here.
I'm still very much bound, Kozik.
Oh, I thought I got him open before that.
Oh, that was essentially the footsteps happened right after you broke yourself free.
Okay.
So that was like, and oh shit, he heard me.
Okay, well I use my dagger to cut the vines off.
All right, get him, break him free of his bonds.
Cast Eldritch Blast on Zed.
Nice.
There's
Alright,
really
so
a
are
quiet
we,
Eldritch Blast, is there?
So you did say there was an altar in here, some sort of
Yep.
fucked up
There's
altar.
a
Okay.
faintly glowing altar with all sorts of weird symbols on it, mostly like little skulls. Whatever that represents, who knows? Probably couldn't be anything
Are we-
bad.
Was he able to get me out of
Yeah, you're
my
free.
confine? Okay. So I think Zed's gonna kind of glance at the altar, glance at Kozik, glance at the altar, glance at Kozik, and she'd be like, "You're not gonna tell me that you're gonna touch that one, eh?"
No, that one's not my style, but
Fair enough.
I
'Cause
definitely
you seem to
don't like
fucking put
it.
your hands on all of them so far.
I mean, it does hum with energy, but beyond that, it's like,
What am I supposed to do about it? No, I don't need to touch that one, I guess. But there's nothing more to be. Can I examine it beyond touching it? Like if I do a
Arcana.
religion or arcana or something? Oh, okay.
He gets his face just really close to it.
I'm
Just
breathing
inspecting
on
it.
it. It's not too bad.
Hell yeah.
18. So this altar is, hold on. All right. So this altar, glowing with a, it's the whole thing has a faint glow to it, but the runes, and by runes I mean the carvings of the skulls on them, glow a kind of putrid greenish color. And when you get close to it, it's almost like a little bit of like a fog machine or something. Like a little bit of mist emanates from it and congeals around the ground. But with your 18 Arcana, you'd ascertain this is some kind of sacrificial altar, but it also has some secondary purpose. And yeah, I'll say with the 18 you get it. And with an 18, you could ascertain that whatever this altar is, which I shouldn't say whatever it is, because you know with the 18, this altar is basically used to store arcane energy in, and this entity seems to be using it to store some kind of a necromantic battery of sorts. However, with that roll, yeah, I could even say if you were to manipulate it in a certain way, there is definitely the possibility, very faint possibility, but a possibility that you could as it were, redirect the arcane flow of it to be either more chaotic or to, well, I mean, this could be your way out of this room without having to go through anywhere else. A one-way portal of sorts. It would essentially drain all the energy in it, but that might not be a bad thing in your case.
I let Zed know about just what my kind of insights when I examine it are. I say, oh, I mean, we've been is so there. Oh, I guess you said there is a door that this guy he comes in and out of, right?
You hear a door, but you don't see it.
Oh,
And
As if there's a cloud of darkness that obscures wherever this door would be.
we are in, instead of it being like a room as well, we are, you said it was like a cave, sort of.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a room in a cave kind of thing.
Right. Right. Okay. Um, yeah, if we not being able to see the door changes what I was gonna suggest. Um, I so well. What do you
I
think
mean,
we do here, Kozak?
it's we've been. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just recency bias, but we've been through portals before. This thing might be able to somehow we can use the magic to zap ourselves out of here and back to our friends.
But it would be very difficult and to some degree left to lady luck, as it were.
Hmm.
There's a,
All
there's a
right.
All right.
chance.
Well, before I touch this altar, then, uh, can we investigate the room here and see if we can find that hidden door?
Uh,
Yeah,
I mean,
I was very
yeah,
much
give me
on
an
that thought
investigation.
process. I wanted to see if we could find if we could see the door. Uh, my intent was to go check it to see if we were able to open it to have a potential another way out, but investigation.
Oops, let me roll this. Hmm.
So
I'm
you don't
fumbling.
really pick up anything around the room that stands out. But if you follow the wall, it definitely feels like there's a door there. It's just once you get to a certain boundary, there's just this cloud of darkness that, well, blinds you even more than you normally would because you're just a human.
Hmm.
Kind of like
I
going
think
from seeing the flickering shadows and silhouettes of the wall to just nothing, as if you're in complete darkness.
and if I feel around on the door, can we find a blatant handle?
Yeah, there's definitely a
Try and
handle
open it.
and a keyhole. Yeah.
All right, Kozik, what you think? Right.
Does it open?
I try and
No,
open
it's
this
very
fucking
much
door.
locked.
Oh, okay.
Go wiggle, wiggle. All right. Well, looks like our options are pretty limited
I don't want to call too much
here.
attention, but I feel like if there's a door that opens, it could be blasted open.
Well, so we go. Hold on. Before you go blasting,
Yeah.
we could try the portal. If the portal doesn't work, we're stuck in here. Try blasting the door. If that doesn't work, Ophala told us he's gonna come back in here and try and skin our grits. So, uh, we're unbound now. We could definitely try and fight him.
We can
Worst
hide
case
on
scenario,
we can
we got
hide on either side of the door.
we got plenty of options. Ah, exactly. He comes in. We say, "Hey, what's that over there, and we sneak out, something like that.
Right, or I could
Good
try
option.
blasting it.
Or you just start-
For sure.
This
I feel
he
like we're not
blasts
getting out of here without you
everything.
blasting something.
He seems pretty powerful though. Like he's given off a pretty powerful vibe. So maybe we could just try to run away from him.
Well, to be completely honest, I don't want to really go into it, but um, I've had. All I'm gonna say is, if someone needs to use some tools to do some damage, there's a reason for it. He seemed to be prepping those tools uh, for what, tomorrow morning? We at least got that much time.
Hmm. I guess you're right. We have to wait anyway.
So you
So,
want to try the altar? You said that we might be
okay,
able to just
okay. And
prove out of here.
before I start touching the altar, I wanted to potentially touching the altar. I wanted to use this eldritch invocation, the eyes of the rune keeper, to read all writing. But do the markings mean anything on this altar?
Mostly arcane runes, however. You kind of gather maybe some other well, quote unquote legible writing. There it is. Death and undeath. Life becomes secondary. Revenge primary.
I tell Zed what I read on it and say, although that's there's a certain poetry to that. I don't know how that helps us right now.
Revenge being primaries is a bit concerning.
Pretty on the nose right now, right? At least how he feels about it. Hmm. So magically, what can I do to this altar? Like how can I try and manipulate its magic powers?
Well, you can touch it and do an arcana check.
I look at Zed and say, Mr. Thatcher, I intend to touch this altar.
I think Zed not having really any sort of true connection with magic or arcana or anything like that, his immediate reaction just to think that he's going to help in some way, shape, or form is he's going to put a hand on Kozik's shoulder like it makes any sort of difference.
Oh, definitely. I think magically it definitely makes a difference. I feel it.
The power of
This one.
friendship.
Yes.
15.
Oh, and then one more thing. Because of my pact of the talisman that I enjoy with my demonic patron or whatever, I can add a D4 to this roll. Oh, but I have to fail an ability check. Never mind.
Yeah, you may want to use that D4.
Okay. I'll do it. I guess I'll just roll this right here. Oh, I gotta say roll, sorry. One more. There we go. 17.
17. Well, when I said it's very difficult, a 17 is definitely pretty difficult, especially for you. Because you got what? A -1, but a +2. Okay, so you touch it, and you utilize your Arcana check to attempt to sort of redirect or make whatever this is unstable, or basically try and figure a magical means of getting out. Um, roll me a D100 real quick.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if that's good or not, but
All right. So for just a moment, just a teeny tiny moment, you feel as though you're getting the hang of it, right? You're tapping into the source, you're kind of feeling it. However, it is also a very different source of energy that you were not necessarily used to. This is necromancy, right? You're using like eldritch blasts, like other sources of power. But at the end of the day, arcane is arcane. And as such, arcane can indeed be a little unstable. Hold on, looking at your sheet real quick. And to that extent, let's see a spell book. So you have an option. You can sacrifice temporarily one cantrip, or this, well, so you can sacrifice one cantrip for, you don't know how long because we haven't rolled that yet. But essentially, it's to represent you are putting more energy in that you expected to have to. And when you do so, you tap into the source. It's almost like something reaching through and pulling back. Like you're reaching in and something has accepted the call and it's pulling you with it, but more so in the vague sense of the arcane self. So you can either use a cantrip or temporarily reduce your hit points by maximum hit points, mind you, by 2, or sacrifice all of your hit dice in order to have 3 different outcomes potentially happen.
I'll sacrifice the hit points. That seemed the easiest.
So your maximum hit points will be 2. Yeah, so your max hit points will temporarily be 26.
Elevate.
But, just keep it at 28 for now, because, you could easily forget that later.
Sure.
Just keep that in mind.
Cool.
And you're doing the hit points, so we're gonna go here. Gonna roll this. $20. Okay. All right. So you sacrifice your life force, your life energy, to kind of calm this almost chaotic nexus of necromancy. And for just a brief moment, you have control. And the question is, do you control it to escape or destroy?
Oh. Just in those vague kind of terms.
Very much so.
How's I kind of reach I ask I'm like I'm feeling like I can make something happen. We should probably escape, right, Mr. Thatcher? Or I'm feeling like there's a great power we might use to destroy something. And the energy's crackling around me, whatever, and it's like I'm pausing for a second to see what Mr. Thatcher thinks.
Zed's just gonna kind of clench your shoulder like he already had, and he's like, "Aye, this one's up to you, buddy. I'm with you."
Like we have to get back to our comrades. I think is the most important thing. So yeah, with a thought, I decide that we need to escape.
All right. As you're making this decision, you can hear the sound of the door slamming open. What do you think you're doing? And you look up, and this entity is pretty much right on top of you. And you can't really see him because the door is obscured by this, darkness. But he pretty much steps out of the cloud of darkness as you put the thought in your mind, escape. And for a moment, the altar flashes. That sickly green turns to a bright blue, and then a violet, and then an opalescence. And energy just starts to dance around your hand. The skulls begin to lose their glow, and the light just forms around you and Zed, because he is, touching your shoulder. And in the blink of an eye, with the flash of light, you're back at the campsite. Because that's, someplace you remember.
Yeah.
However, you are stuck in the tree. Just kind of dropped there, dangling. And those of you who, those of you who just started looking, you hear a rustling in the trees above you. Camera panning over to the group.
Oh, what the hell?
And the two of you can give me a quick little, the dex one, acrobatics to not fall out of a tree.
13.
You fall a little bit, but to no extent that, your winged friend did. Zed, you catch yourself easily. Just, you're used to tumbling and falling and rolling. This is no different. If anything, you were ready for this. You were expecting to fall from somewhere. Kozik, a lot less, graceful.
Feel like I fell, like, kind of hugging the tree at the bottom, going, puh! Maybe I kind of just landed hard, like that.
What? Raul, you were right. They turned into a tree.
I knew it the whole time there was a tree.
You guys, what the hell?
Oh, man.
I'm gonna pose like a tree again. Commune with them, start talking to them as if they were a tree.
I don't know if we were inside the tree or just somewhere nearby or somewhere far away, but we just barely escaped from this torturous evil entity.
Yeah, we're not in a good
What?
spot right here. There was we were bound by vines that weren't connected to nothing, in some sort of cave sort of feature, and is this hooded figure that he's grinding some sort of metal, saying he's getting his tools ready. He's gonna chop us to bits and do nasty things to us. And then, as soon as he realized we'd come to, we were awake, he turned and he got very nasty with me. He's unhappy, said that he knew me. Apparently, I should have known him. Half his face was a skeleton, kind of like Veldrin San over there. No relation, I'm sure. But and then fucking threatened and left. And then we were in a room alone. Kozik, quite admirably,
Actually
rubbed
got out.
himself against a rock like I've never seen someone do in my life,
Props to
and
that.
broke all the vines. And then he cut me loose. I was all fucked up, hodgepodged. We got to a point where there's an altar. Of course, you all know Kozik touched it. And apparently we were able to either escape or what was it? Do some sort of destruction. Obviously, Kozik said we're getting the fuck out of here, and old hooded figure came in right as we were leaving. Seems like he's very upset with me. So we might have to just watch our backs for a little while. He's probably not gonna forget that
Well,
he
what
had
kind
me.
of deal did you make, Zed?
I don't he no. Well, hmm. He said that I stole something, which is something that I have done in the past, but
What did you steal?
you lots of things. I was on a crew with a whole bunch of fellas that we were trying to make ends meet. But I don't remember who I stole from.
By
As far as
ends meet, does that mean that you are a pirate?
what, probably.
Probably.
Classic. So you were kidnapped away. Niavara here and I have been contemplating what horrifying fey things they've been doing to you. Torture, taking pieces of your soul. So it sounds like quite a few of these things actually happened. Niavara, good one.
It seemed like it was
So
about to happen for sure.
what is this about? A skeletal face? Like Veldrin?
Well, like, you know how Veldrin's got normal bits, and then he's also got the sort of like bony arm.
Yeah.
So this hooded figure, they turned around and there's like they got half of a normal face, and then the rest of their face was uh trying to see right through it to the
Like
bone.
like mittens?
Yes.
Veldrin? Any ideas? Veldrin is still trying to dry the pages of their book.
Well,
Oh,
I don't know.
mittens.
There's a spirit of vengeance that knows we're here, and so we're gonna have to be even more careful.
And it had power to just kidnap you.
Yes, in the dark it
Well,
did. Yes.
yeah, we walked over to that tree right there, and um, in almost a matter of no time, we're bound up, gagged, blindfolded, and it felt like we were being lifted up into the tree, but where we ended up was more or less in a cave. Very odd.
Well, I'll tell you this, while we were looking for you guys, just right now, we just all just woke up a few minutes ago and noticed you were gone. And uh, well, we found that cat that we met when we first came to the Feywild.
Meow.
And yeah, there, right there.
There it is.
Do you have a name, by the way?
Meow.
Meow. That's a good name. Sure. Okay. Well, I read the cat's thoughts, and I believe it is connected to your whatever being you have your dealings with, Kozik.
Well, we should
It
probably
saw you it saw you get kidnapped. It knew it, and it was very disappointed.
we should
And as
probably break. Go ahead.
as you mentioned the cat, there's another tiny bird that flies by and it gets completely and utterly distracted and chases it off.
Meow, you're hopeless. Well, what kind of power do we have over somebody who can just kidnap you in the night?
Not much. Only the powers of perception, which apparently I lacked last night.
What
But we
is
should
there? The reason you didn't try to destroy it? Just wanted to get back to us.
Came upon us unawares.
No, I mean, that said you had a choice to either get back to us or destroy it.
I don't know if it meant destroy it or something else, but it was destruction or escape. And I chose to escape back to where our friends were waiting for us.
Good choice, good choice.
Yes. We should probably break camp and or get everything back together, and then can we follow this cat or did it disappear?
Oh,
It's gone.
now
It chased a bird.
we have no idea where we're going. We're just looking for like a ship that hit the mountain or something. You have like this cat that's watching us. It's been watching us since we got here. I guarantee it's still watching us. It's connected to your being, Kozik. Now you got this other freaky character. Belder, Niavara, Raul. What do you think of all this?
Well, the forest is, a bit tricky at times. Things like that do kind of happen around here.
Well, did you enjoy the torturing at least?
Not hardly. In fact, we should probably start looking around for somewhere else to go.
Did they hang you from your thumbs and make fish chew at your feet? That was Raul's
We
idea.
didn't get to that part. We were able to escape.
They
I have
like
a
tie you to a rock, let birds poke out your eyes.
yeah.
He didn't get that far,
You're
but who
you all
knows?
seem very distracted with the potential torture that didn't happen.
I have
We
a
need to
bet
get
with
the fuck
Niavara.
out of here, is what we're
Did they
saying.
pull out your fingernails? I have a bet with Niavara. The fingernails?
Not yet. We didn't get. We were lucky to escape before that happened.
What was this creature's name? Did you have a name?
He didn't
Oh,
say.
that is well, that his name was Marn.
Marn. Okay, watch our backs for Marn.
Well,
Goodness.
watch out for vines in the trees, I'd say. 'Cause that's how he got us.
There were vines under the ground as well as vines everywhere. Does this being control this place or what?
I don't know. I
Well,
think there are many beings that control this. I think we're learning there are a lot of powerful creatures at play here.
Kozak,
Kodik was
what about
asking about
yours?
the potential lady that we're looking for, I guess. I'm not even sure, but uh, they were apparently aware of multiple women, powerful figures that were in this area. So there's quite a lot of people around here to be aware of.
We better find some of them soon to help protect us from this weirdo that's after you now.
I kind of wish Igneous followed us across a river at this point.
Oh, Igneous. What a great friend.
Sure, it'll be okay. You just gotta keep moving. And not sleep underneath any weird vines.
Or on the ground.
Ah,
The vines came out from under the ground.
ah.
Yeah.
Your necklace was flashing.
Oh. Right now?
Yes.
Shit. That can't be good. Kyle looks around. Looking around, like looks up in the sky. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. I'm starting to get the heebie-jeebies.
I agree completely.
Which direction?
Well, there's still that mountain over there.
Neobar will continue to walk in the direction of the mountain.
All right.
Kozik, genuinely, think of the name of your patron and like try and call out to them or something.
Yeah, do they have a name?
Not sure I know her name, but I
Not
do.
their name, not their name. Their energy. Think. Ask for help. They're your patron, and you are their ward.
All right, so I take a second to sit down against the base of the tree, and I kind of close my eyes and think about the feelings of disappointment and humiliation that I've felt directed at me, but also there's a great beauty and dominating presence in this in this female presence, and I think, and I'm like, please send us your servants, send send us that cat to show us the way. And I kind of sit there silently for a little bit and see if anything happens.
Give me a. Let's see, what kind of check would that? You know what? Give me an insight.
Insight. Not great.
Yeah. You're not really able to. So you call out, kind of, reaching with your feeling, as it were, right? But there's not really much of an answer. Maybe just calling out isn't the, the main method to contact a patron.
Maybe we gotta dance.
Or
Hey,
maybe
good
if you
idea.
had a better idea of who you made this deal with, it might be much easier because, names have power.
Yes. Next time I meet her, I'll be sure to ask her.
If it's a godlike being, maybe Veldarin. Maybe you have it in your book. The one with all the names in it.
Like Kozik, maybe even just call out for a name. So you can
All
get
right.
some sort of answer.
I call out in Sylvan just for the sake, when in Rome. And I say, please tell me your name.
You call out, Alan, I'm still here.
Is that Alan?
It's Alan.
Alan. Alan, you're
Alan.
adorable. Here, Alan. Cha throws some leftover fish bones.
Well, I
He
guess we
puts
should
it
just
into Mitten's mouth.
Oh, look at that. It's adorable. The little bones chewing on bones. I wish I could have a device that would capture this moment perfectly and immortalize it so I could look at it over and over again.
I think we should keep exploring the mountains then, because I don't know if any supernatural help is going to come right at this instant.
Well, Valderin, what about your book? Do you think the name of Kozik's matron patron would be in there? Possibly?
I just have names. I do not have descriptions of what they are.
I have an idea. Maybe Kozik could read out the names. And maybe he'll feel it when he says hers if it's in there.
But what if he summons things we don't want?
Oh. Guess that's possible. Well, there's a couple we know we don't want, like a Lolth. Sounds like we don't want that. But we've said her name many times. It's not like she just appears.
Looks around. Disturbed. Don't think she appears.
I don't know if I know who that is.
Well,
Don't look at
that
me.
sounds like she was some kind of. And then Cha tells him what he knows, and he had gotten a natural 20 about history on Wolf before. Describes the whole Spider Queen quality and the Drow connection and all that kind of stuff.
So the TLDR for out of character purposes, since you weren't here when they uncovered that bit of lore. So Lolth got a little too big for her britches, decided to round up all the other Pantheon and basically invade the surface. Get all the Drow together, get all the underworlds together, invade surface. It didn't go well. In fact, it went so poorly that basically Drow, as a retaliation from the surface world, the Drow were wiped out, utterly and completely. Well, until somewhat more recent events in history, but that's another story for another time. Basically, Lolith got too big for her britches, overstepped her bounds, the surface world retaliated, and to some extent the other gods retaliated, wiped her out, wiped out the Drow, and the remnants of the Pantheon has not been seen or heard of. Either they also were removed, or they went into some other method of hiding. But the Drow pretty much have no gods, as far as the lore books would tell. Not to say that they may not be around and doing things in smaller doses, but yeah, basically Drow are not rare anymore, but they were definitely wiped out for a while there and have been slowly making a comeback. And Lolth, the Spider Queen.
I imagine Shelob.
More of a dryad body.
Okay.
Or a drider.
What do you
Yeah.
think? Should you try it, Kozik? You want to read the names? See if it's the name of your goddess? Or whatever she is?
I think the book is mine to read. And I look at Veldra and I'm like, I don't know.
I think
I do
Zed
not
after. Go ahead. Sorry, Veldrin.
I do not think that this book is going to be of much help to you.
Try.
After being almost kind of specifically targeted by this hooded figure that captured me and Kozik, I think Zed is very much wanting to walk and talk. He's going to be trying to push the group to move in the direction that it's
Sure.
been
Let's
going.
go. I was just thinking if Kozik can call out to this creature,
Hear that, don't you? Shit.
then it would respond. But we have no idea what its name is. But you've been having names appear in that book since you got it. Could be there, right in front of us. How do you
I
know
have
unless you
had
try?
most of the names appeared when we were in the Drow City.
Okay. Said most, but not all.
Kozik says, drop it. I'm not going to read the book.
You don't want
How
to
are your
know the name
books?
of your goddess?
How are
Even
your
know,
books
I
doing,
don't
by the
know.
way,
See.
Veldrin?
What was it saying?
How are your books doing, by the way? I know that we are worried about them trying to dry out and potentially be legible again earlier.
Well, the one that is of the topic of discussion currently, somehow the ink is no longer blurred.
I don't mean to
Interesting.
pry, Eldrin, but there may be answers in there. And can you tell us anything about this skeletal hand and the connection with this being? I've never
Um,
seen anything like that. Like, what is that?
at at Chaw's pressing for like there could be answers in the book, he just holds it up and shows that most of the pages are blank.
But they weren't blank to everybody, right? Like, that was the whole thing.
Right. Veldrin's
The
got many books. I don't know.
Veldrin has a couple books, but this one that Chaw's talking about, it is mostly blank. There's like a few things written here and there, such as the names and stuff, but for the most part, there is nothing in this book.
That's all he cares about, the names.
Are any of those ships floating nearby?
Nope. They are way up in the sky. You know, the few that you have seen, but they're way up in the sky. Almost like they're not even, you know, in the sky. Like they're amongst the stars themselves at some points.
I think with that being said, Zed's just gonna be kind of thinking to himself, "Oh, if I could get my hands on one of those."
Maybe you could call out to one of them there and see if they'll come down.
Or you could fly up there and try to see if you could grab onto one.
I don't know if I can fly that high.
Yeah, they're pretty far up there.
Feel like if I were to yell for one, they probably can't hear us though.
No, and aren't we looking around for a crashed one that might be somewhere around here?
Yes.
The mountains. The ship awaits. So, you guys are continuing?
Sounds like it.
I believe
I
so.
think
So,
I think Zed wants to get on the move because he feels like someone's after him now.
Yep. I don't blame him. That's his torture.
Excellent. So, you continue forward. Closer to the mountain, right? It's really hard to lose track of a mountain. Maybe losing track of specifically where that thing crashed into the mountain because it's so far away, but yeah, it's hard to lose track of the mountain itself. So, that's something. You have a general idea of where you want to go, the direction you're heading, and as such, you are following said, well, not really path, but said direction. Do. So, you guys do have, in your travel, you have enough downtime if people want to spend hit dice or, heal or whatever, then they can. Um, basically you have the option of doing a short rest if you want to. Not saying you have to, but just a reminder. And to that extent, let me get this over to another sheet here. Oop. An actual forest. Hold on, let me make sure I get you guys tokens on the board. Gotta get the token. What the hell? We're gonna put Cha in there. I put Kozik down there. Bar down there. Pool down there.
Nice trees graphics.
Zed. Like I said, this new program allows me to make maps of very large scale. As you know,
I've
Kinda-
lost sight of everybody else when I appeared. And then I drew something on the map.
odd. Let's fix that then. So you don't have vision?
So I could see everybody. Damn it. I could see
Oh,
everybody until my token
I
appeared,
see.
and then I lost everybody. I didn't draw that on the map. I drew a little square on it.
Weird. Should be able to see.
Yeah, on my screen, I'm the only token on the map. I did see everybody, and then mine popped up, and everybody else disappeared.
Here, let me switch it to transition to daytime.
Oh, I got it back.
Weird, I didn't do anything.
Oh, and then I clicked my token again, and everybody vanished again, and now I can't get it back again.
Alright, hold on. Daylight? Do you see anything now?
No, if I click my token, everybody disappears, and I have to escape out of it to bring it back. But I can't move myself or do anything when I can see everybody.
Let me see here. Vision.
Yeah, when I click on my token too, I'm also not seeing anything else. But if I click and drag, I can see the map again.
Hold on. Don't know why your tokens aren't updating appropriately.
Oh, I got it. I
Mhm.
switched over to player controls, away from token controls,
60.
or select token, and then I got it to where I can move around.
What the? Why does this do this? There. Basic vision. Can you see now?
Yep.
Yes.
That's weird. When I drag the tokens on, it resets your vision. I gotta figure out how to fix that. Okay.
Well, it unveiled the entire map for me, not just area of vision.
I mean, it's daytime, so just, you know. For the most part, you can basically see stuff just because it's daytime and
Okay.
I have it zoomed in as well, just to give kind of a local view.
so what did he put on the board that I got to fix? This. There it is. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Drawing tools, because people just love drawings. Get rid of those. Okay. So. Because I also think this particular map I imported didn't have any walls. So that's why I could just see everything. It's just like, well, some things work, some don't. Fixable though. I'm gonna let you guys delete your own damn drawings. All right.
I don't know how to delete it.
If you're like drawing tools and then you select drawings, you should be able to like click and drag all of them.
So, during the day, so you guys have finally, along your trip to the mountain, have managed to find a sort of a road, actually. And granted, you kind of came out of the tree lines and you came to what seemed like a stone road. You came to what looked like maybe an old, worn out, and illegible signpost giving directions like left or right is going here or going here, but long since the words have long since faded or been scratched off. Who knows? Maybe some tricksters are just, damaging property. But either way, I made a map for you. Isn't it neat?
Yeah, it looks great.
Super cool.
And it's huge. I like him. Anywho, yeah, you're along this road. It's a nice warm. Well, actually, let's see. So you've been traveling for maybe a few hours at this point. So it's it's warming up. Definitely going from that morning dewdrops falling from the leaves to the ground to, a little bit warmer. Back to here. Because damn it, I have this thing for a reason. We're going to do burbs. We're going to add some burbs. Let's add some burbs. I think it's saved. See, there we go. Now we got little birds flying around because it's morning time. If you zoom in enough, you'll see like little birds.
Cool.
They're like precision guided missiles.
You see a whole bunch of guided missiles that look like birds.
Lagging out.
But then you also, look to Raoul and realize, he's also a bird and can be a guided missile, depending.
Bird people, bird people.
All right, so it looks like Kozik's moving ahead, leaving everybody behind.
I love a
Wow.
mountain road. The stone beneath my boots.
Country road, take me home.
Yeah, the bird's a little too frequent.
Right.
Let's tone that back a little bit.
Uh,
So yeah, it's a pretty calm and uneventful walk along a road. It's like nothing possibly bad could happen.
I don't like how that's phrased.
That's how I feel. It feels safe, feels strangely familiar, but I don't remember it.
And you all can give me a
Now we get to the fork boss.
hold on there. I was running way ahead.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that.
Everybody give me a perception check.
Uh,
And you can be there. So basically, anybody who got above a 10 could hear the sound of, some splashing in the water nearby. And by nearby, I mean, hold on, measurement controls. Just want wrong one. Want this one. Weird that they have a root in that. Okay. Okay, that's further than I thought it was. So anybody who got a 15 or higher can hear the splooshing of water. Yeah. So that would be Zed, Veldrin, barely Raoul, and Niavara.
You know what direction it's coming from?
from that way, the west
Well.
of you.
Let's go investigate. I'm gonna stay in the trees though.
So directly west?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, there's fucking splashing over here. We might have to save someone.
Again?
Okay.
No, always.
I don't hear it. I'm like, where are you guys going?
Jose, oh, hey, come on. We're going. Who doesn't? You don't hear it.
He has dwarf ears. Smaller than
That
normal.
seems
I
a bit.
resemble that.
That seems a bit
You
direct.
resemble that.
So you guys just kind of busting through the tree lines. Looks like it.
Yep.
I'm sitting
So-
in the
I think
tree.
we all just went.
So here, you
An
see
oasis.
this sort of glimmering oasis. There's a tiny little waterfall. It's very quaint. There's little, kind of like tiny little dragons flying around, just kind of playing with each other. You see very tiny little, little people, just kind of little people with little fairy wings flying around. They're having a good time, and you see two. The best way you could describe them as two elven figures, just kind of splashing each other with water, having a good old time. And as you guys just kind of bust through the trees, basically everything turns to you.
Oh shit! We're definitely interrupting something.
They're in the open.
And as Cha moves closer, these little, there's several of them, but these little flying dragon things kind of fly up to you and flutter about frantically, like very threatening.
Oh, sorry. Just wanted to say hi. I'm Cha. What's your names? Can you understand me?
So the two elven-shaped women back off this oasis of sorts. They kind of back away that way.
Oh, sorry. I'll leave you to what you're doing. Forgive me.
Perfect. Basically, everything seems to, flee. Not really flee, but just kind of back away into the tree lines behind it. And you can feel the ground rumble beneath you. A much more violent rumble than before. Hey, Soul, what's going on? Particularly in the trees that you just kind of traversed through.
I told you the trees was evil.
Got for vines.
Can I fly from this tree to this tree?
You certainly can.
I'm gonna do that.
So, are you guys trying to back into the trees again?
Yeah, just backing off. Didn't want to cause any
Cool.
shenanigans.
As soon as you hit that point in the trees, you realize that the way has been blocked. Very thorny vines. And these appear right behind Kozik too. Like if you were a step back, then these things would just be. It would be an unfortunate circumstance.
Boy.
But
Evar's going to poke her head over her brother's shoulder to be like, okay, what the fuck? Ladies.
you hear a voice rumbling beneath you. At first a groan, and then an actual voice. Visitors. How lovely. That's all it says.
Does anyone recognize a voice?
Oh, it's in common.
But is it a voice we've heard before?
Probably nope. Probably not. But
Okay.
no, yeah, no.
Niavara's gonna edge closer.
There's nothing stopping you.
Alright.
I mean, the little fairy dragon looking things have sort of backed off with the elven women, the Whammons. Almost like little protective pets or something. Very territorial. What brings you to the mound? Friends? Foes? What are you today?
Friends.
I see. Then welcome to the oasis, friends. And Kozik, you can see the vines behind you as you're stepping forward just start to dissipate and retract to the ground.
Oh, good. That's nicer.
Then come, rest yourselves. Friends, welcome.
So which person is saying this?
None of them. It's a rumbling from beneath your feet.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
And actually, you know what? I'm gonna roll with your perceptions. Because it's something that you might notice, but with a 19, Beldrin would notice. So when you look around here, right, you see the rocks, you see the trees, you see the nice little oasis in the middle of a forest kind of deal. And you think of something. You look around, and there's this big clearing area, right? There's this big opening. Maybe a couple trees have been knocked over, but there's this big opening. And as you take in the sights, you take in everything around you, you kind of start to notice some kind of a shape of the rocks. And it's kind of all around, like it encompasses this whole area. Very, yeah. The 19, you see that, but what it is, you're not sure.
Oh, do you think it's igneous? According to the sounds he makes.
I had that thought. Maybe related. Forgive me, everybody, but my sweetheart is telling me my voice is. She's hearing all the sounds. So I'm gonna need to sign off now. But you guys can all keep playing and just imagine Chaz there for as long as you like.
Oh no, that's fine. I mean, it's 11:30, because that'll give you guys time to figure out, well, what's about to happen.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
But
good.
I will
Sounds
say,
menacing.
as kind of the wrap up, because I was planning on wrapping up. This is kind of a good point to wrap up, but with that 19 Veldrin, you're pretty sure you can see, not really completely invisible, but this weird, like, blink of an eye, like, huh, what? No, wait, is that? No. Some kind of a fairly sizable reptilian eye rested in the trees behind you, watching you. Almost big enough to encompass this entire area. But what you do with that, we'll find out next time. And it gives you guys time to, do your boba.
Awesome.
Cool. Thanks, everybody. Great session.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
Indeed. Righto. Get
Okay.
yourself
care,
some
everybody.
sleeps.
See the dragon.
That'll be for next time.
Lol.
See you next week.
See you guys
Yep,
next
yep.
week.
Until
Bye.
next
Later.
time.
Which is actually perfect timing, because I was like, should I end it at 11:30 or 11:50? It worked out perfectly. So, for the sake of having the VOD, okay. So, I hope you guys had fun watching. I certainly had a hell of a time playing. Did everybody get? People still leaving. Okay. But I had a hell of a time playing, and yeah, we're gonna see what they do or say the next session. They had a nice little, they got captured, they got an escape, they rolled well enough. I had the options available, and they pulled it off. So So with that, I hope you guys have a good morning, evening, or whatever is in between for you. And next Tuesday at 7 o'clock, probably a little bit after 7, just being real, we'll be back at it again, well, at least for D&D. I'm hoping to have this VOD uploaded for those of you who couldn't make it for the entire VOD, or the entire stream. I hope to have that up soon. It takes a little bit to download it, and then it takes a little bit to upload it to YouTube. But the YouTube link's down there if you want to check it out. And yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed it. And with that, hopefully no more audio issues, because So, I hope you guys have a good one, and we'll be back tomorrow with probably multiplayer madness tomorrow. So, tune in for that at around 5. I think we usually kind of get things going at around 5 p.m. Pacific. So, there's that. Anywho, announcements complete, and I hope you guys have a good one. And thanks for that there, Sub-Rooney. So spicy. And I'll catch you guys next time. All right. Peace out.